Greetings, everybody, from Flaherty's Arden Bowl in Arden Hills, Minnesota. We're bringing you this will be our match play of our Central Bowlers Alliance June tournament. What we're watching here right now, we had 51 bowlers. We took the top 16 to round robin luck of the draw match play. And this is just the first game. And what we do is bowl 5 games of luck of the draw. And 6 games, one big position round. And then the top 5 will bowl step ladder finals. Obviously to determine our champion. I'm going to give you the top 16 bowlers right now and their scores. Scores do not carry over, right? They did. Scores do carry over in this tournament, so which is helpful for the people who are quite a bit higher than the ones who are lower. That makes sense? William Jones led all qualifying at 218 over. Lucas Hersrud at 116 overs, only 102 pins behind him. Jay Scadell at plus 101. Brady Gustafson at plus 87, including a 299 game in there. Josh Kennedy plus 76, but he finished with a 149, so that wasn't best finish, but obviously bowled well before that. Ryan Swiderski got to plus 61 at a 3-game stretch, games 5, 6, and 7 of 236, 237, 241, so that jumped him up there. Will Matafee finishes a 260 with a 264 to get to 51 over. Andy Mills pretty much steady all day, plus 42. Zach Andreessen had one bad game in there, but he's 31 over. Throwing it either the urethane from hooking it from the right or reverse hook from the left. It didn't seem to matter. He did okay. Ricky Osteen II made his first ever cut at plus 11. Nick Hogan, back-to-back CBA cuts at plus 10. Dawson Peterson, minus 3. Chad Nelson, I imagine that. He made another cut at minus 21. He told me it was a grind today. Like it's not a grind for him other days. I don't know. Brady Stearns shoots 243 to finish at minus 32. Raymond Young, minus 46, making his first ever cut. And Keaton Beery, bowling his first CBA tournament at minus 49, is 16th. Connor Reese shot 190 his last game to be 52 under, just missing out on his first cut. But he does get the last casher. Rob Clemens gets the senior casher at minus 77. And Molly Novak getting the bonus female casher at minus 209. She hadn't been bowling much all for a while yet because she said she was working on things, and obviously she worked on enough stuff.
Both yours?
Only one, Davey. I only have one beverage. The other one is for Jason Hansen. Summer Shandy is on special here at Flaherty's, by the way. Kind of a good beer to have on a hot day in the first day of summer. They also have some water, Coors Light on tap too as a special. Jason's still getting scores. They're still doing some tournament director work. So he'll be joining me here shortly. Steve Bone helped out get scores today because the usual crack staff of Jason's wife Stacy and daughter Allie, who usually get the scores and run all those things behind the scenes, they weren't here today. So like Jason mentioned, in 3 years, it's been 6 years since it's been an all-male crack staff running the CBA tournament. Scary thing, isn't it? Kind of funny watching everybody bowl right now. Watching them practice. They had 10 minutes of practice on their starting pair before this first match started, and there was a lot of striking and whatever. And now nobody's hitting the pocket at all once the light comes on. Watching Raymond Young. That wasn't a very good shot there. Probably threw the ball pretty well. They left that 2-4-10, which is a common leave. And then you make a little bit of adjustment. It goes a little high. That's why the scores were separating from 218 over to minus 49. So the 250, 60 pins difference from first to 16th. A lot of pins to make up for those bottom guys, but it doesn't. It has happened. There is 30 bonus pins for winning your match, which obviously helps. You want to win those matches, especially at this point. Just making the cut is sometimes it's good for some people. Like, oh, I made the cut, so that's good. I'm not going to get some money. Well, no. The next step is to try to make the ladder. And, of course, when you make the ladder, then you want to try to win those to try to win the tournament. As we just saw, Lucas Hersrud missed a 10-pin, which I'm assuming that's pretty unusual. I haven't seen him miss one. He's usually a pretty good spare shooter. That was after a 4-bagger. With all the young bowlers that are making the cuts these days and new bowlers, Jason has to make sure he gets down and gets everybody's addresses so he can send checks to them. The old veterans, he's got their addresses and stuff, so he's going down there making sure he has that, putting their scores in correctly so they know where to start from, because the pins do carry over. You have to make sure their qualifying score is added into the top of their sheet. So I'm looking around of the top 16 bowlers, Chad being the only senior who made the cut. I'm trying to think of the next oldest bowler, and I'm not sure who that is. And I don't want to say it's Brady Stearns, but Brady could be one of the older ones. So let's see, William Jones, Lucas Hersrud, Jace Goodell, Brady Gustafson, Josh Kennedy, Ryan Swiderski, Zach Andreessen, Will Matafee. He's still in his 20s, I believe. Dawson Peterson, Raymond Young, and Keaton Beery, even Connor Reese, who was 17th. Those guys got all B, mid-30s or under. I'm going to see if I can figure that out. This has got to be one of the youngest match plays that we've had in a long time. I got something here I can maybe figure that out by. I can look at results of the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decades. I have all these ages of these bowlers, and so I don't have it on this sheet here. Oh, this is an old one, that's why. But, so Jason,
yes.
You're standing right by here. I'm just talking about the age of all these bowlers out here today. Besides Chad being 52 or whatever he is, who's the next oldest bowler in this field of 16?
Let me grab my mic on the fly. Who's the next oldest one?
Next oldest bowler in this top 16.
Wow, look how young this field is.
That's what I was just saying. It's almost like a record of everybody being in their 20s.
Golly.
How old is Brady Stearns?
Brady?
That's what I was thinking. How old is Brady?
And when was the last time he was the second oldest one?
When he's bowled his last junior tournament.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because from there, I don't know how old Ricky is. Ricky Osteen.
Well,
I'm not sure.
I'm looking to see if he's in the last bowler of the decade.
And I don't know Raymond Young's age either. and I don't think he was in the bowler of the decades.
He didn't bowl any of the tournaments at all?
I think this is his first couple CBAs ever.
No, he's bowled a few more than that.
Has he? Okay.
This is not the 24-25 locker guy bowler decades. I got to see if I can find.
But I guess I didn't mean his first one ever. But he hasn't bowled a lot of them.
No,
so
he definitely has not.
I don't think he got any of the other bowler of the decade events.
No, I'm gonna have to figure that out.
But yeah, that's this is definitely. Mills.
How old is Andy Mills?
He's like 35, 36.
Yeah.
So yeah, between him and Brady.
That's
Oh wow.
I know.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks for catching me quick while I was walking by and making me feel old.
What about me?
Yeah.
I got another decade coming up next weekend that I'm.
I still find it hard to ever call Chad a senior, so it's even tough getting used to that. But
exactly, yeah.
But yeah, this is a very, very young field. Well, we mentioned it when you first walked in the building. It's the summertime.
Yep.
So the college bowlers are home. Those that go away some distance. And schedules are full with summer activities, but
right.
It's not like during the season and all the kids have school stuff. So it just ends up being a little more open, and we usually do see some better entries in the summertime, along with being at some facilities that people like to keep coming back to, the Flaherty's, the Cedarvale, and places that they have such a good league business we can't get in during the season.
Exactly, you're right. Yeah, Flaherty's, this 36-lane house is perfect for summer tournament.
Yeah, so it works. I mean, it's obviously really good for us, but it works well for the kids too, because they can also stay loose during the summertime, have something to bowl, because most of them are your collegiate bowlers. Well, but it's definitely a young field. It's really good to see too, though, promising for what we've got in front of us.
Anytime these young guys make cuts, gives them more whatever that I want to say, to come back and bowl again.
Incentive.
They've done it. They've been there before. They can, they know they can win, or they can have a chance to win now that they made the cut here and there.
Yeah, 3 first-timers today.
Yeah.
Right? First cuts ever made. So that's always a great thing to see. But also just seeing the overall age is really cool, too.
How old is Nick Hogan? Probably in his 30s also.
Yeah, I suppose, like somewhere in the lower to mid.
So Chad Nelson has 20 years
20 years on the next, yeah.
Remember when he was a 25-year-old guy? Came out, bowled his first ever CBA tournament in Eau Claire and was 470-some under. And now look at him.
Well, I remember when he was 25 because I was about 27 at the time. So I do remember that.
I was about 43 at that time.
I also remember him talking about that Eau Claire bit and what a motivation it was for him, where, we've talked about it before. Sometimes when the patterns are hard, we kind of wonder, do we scare new people away? Have we made it too hard? Nobody wants to come in their first CBA and then be minus 400. But that's about where Chad was at his first CBA. And he just made a promise, I'm never going to be that bad again, that low again, and he worked hard.
Back then, there's no such thing as a lane pattern. It just had house shots. Everybody just oiled them the way they needed to or wanted to, and he didn't do anything different for a CBA tournament. He just had whatever they had normal for their house. And then when we started doing patterns about 20-some years ago, did people complain because the scores were tougher. People weren't averaging 230. One of the last times we had a tournament where 10 games of qualifying, it took 300 over to be the top 16. And we go, this can't happen. That's just not, either you have to strike or nothing else. So we started using patterns, and then their scores were lower, and people didn't want to bowl anymore. So the CBA hurt for a while as far as entries, so people would go elsewhere where they could average higher.
Yeah.
And then we started using these, and people got used to them. Now they have all kinds. They started out with the animal patterns. We used the cheetah and all that stuff, and now everybody asks, what pattern are you using? What pattern are you using?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no house shot stuff anymore.
No.
And everybody knows there's going to be a pattern, and it's not going to be 230 average pattern.
Yeah. I think a lot was helped in that regard when the city associations around and the state all bought into, at a bare minimum, we need a challenge.
Right.
So then that, I think, was kind of the beginning of everybody getting used to a pattern because they knew it was a challenge pattern. I'm not bowling on the real hard stuff. It's not one of those PBA things.
Yeah, right.
But they do have this pattern that they put out, and it just became a little more common vocab for people.
Well, when the bowling
and
ball,
now it's embraced, finally.
Yep. And then the bowling balls got stronger and stronger, and so did the bowlers, learning more tricks of how to hook the ball or throw it straight. It got a lot of over-under stuff. And so the pattern, especially if you put a house shot out for three games in the league, that's one thing. But if you use that same pattern for 8 games in a tournament, that's what it's over-under. So the patterns are more blended rather than just a 12-1 or whatever that the house patterns are.
Yep. Which is a lot of times why you see the scores kind of go up towards the end a little bit.
They settle in.
And as you've had to transition, you've kind of defined a bit of an area, but you haven't made it cliffed. You've just defined it.
Yes.
And now as you move in, it's actually already blended a lot more, not have that extreme high volume to the left of you that you do on the house.
Well,
and
the house makes you play in one part of the lane only. Like second
you
arrow,
have to start
technically.
there, and then you have to continue to just make your angles go to there all night long.
And then the guys who hook the ball more seem to do better on those house
for
shots.
sure.
Yeah. As we just watched Lucas Hersrud double in 10th frame to take that game away from Will Matafee. And William Jones, who was leading, just had 180. It's his lowest game of the day. And after he had 10 minutes of practice on that.
Right.
247 for, I'm thinking that might have been Zach Andreessen who beat Ricky Osteen. And who else? So Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns are bowling on 35 and 36. And Chad, who struggled pretty much all day, so did Brady except for the last 2 games, but Chad just beat him 217 to 169.
Yeah, Brady back-to-back 243s.
Just to make the cut.
Just to sneak himself in, and then we've talked about that a million times. That's what the good ones do.
Right.
You know, they hang around and they hang around. They don't shoot themselves in the foot too much, and then they find a way to get in.
And he's done that for his whole career, which seems like a long time, but he's still young.
Right.
Second oldest in the field.
Second oldest in the field, though.
We're going to verify that. All right, the bowlers are moving now. I mentioned this is just luck of the draw match play. So they'll you don't bowl everybody, and the luck part is good or bad luck, depending on who you are. You bowl the best ones, or you bowl the tougher ones, or the guys who don't bowl so well. But it's just luck, good or bad.
Yep. We've got a question actually on the feed. Bernice, why isn't this sport on TV? That's a great question. At the end of the day, the amateur stuff like you're watching now, it is only by people that really love the sport, like Tom and myself, that will kind of give of the time and donate a chunk of it. Sure, I get paid, but I mean we donate a lot of time putting it together. As do a bunch of other tournament organizations throughout, both the metro, the state, whatever. But that's live stream is about the only place you'll see any of that. And on the professional side of things, it boils down to money. And we don't have a sponsorship backing the way other sports do.
Right.
And it all boils down to the tournament revenue dollar, the advertising dollar, having those sponsors. And, we've talked about it a bunch of times on the live streams. We've had lumber liquidators. We've had odor eaters. And they are a far cry from Rolex, Mercedes, and a lot of other sports.
We got dude
you know,
wipes now.
yeah, we have dude wipes now.
There was a you okay, Jason, over there? There was a time way back where professional bowlers made more than professional golfers. Back in the 50s and 60s when the PBA first started. I remember Dick Weber was talking about that, and they were paying people, Dick Weber, Carmen Salvino, I can't think of all the guys offhand, Don Carter, Buzz Fazio, all those guys even Earl Johnson, who's from Washington, but moved here to Minnesota back when they had the All-Star Bowling League.
Yeah.
There was a lot more money to be won. You guys would travel all around. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure why, but it just never kept going.
I think it really does boil down to bowling centers. I mean, obviously, some of us even try to get away from the word alley being used for us. But I think that a large part of it is there was a big stereotype that was kind of given to our, and let's put air quotes around it, our athletes.
Yeah, correct.
We weren't viewed as athletes.
No.
And I would dare you to take a look at today's PBA bowlers, and they're, for the most part, they are a bunch of athletes now.
Look at
Physical conditioning has become a very big part of the sport, like a lot of other sports. But I think that's had a lot to do with it. I think advertisers had a hard time saying, I'm going to put whatever the dollar amount, but millions behind, guys that were just kind of beer drinking, cigar smoking,
exactly. I was going to say
out of shape, overweight guys.
A lot of bowling centers, bowling alleys, as they called back then. There were 8, 12, or 16 lane centers, and there was like a pool hall or something upstairs.
Yeah.
And the guys were just basically, like I said, overweight, and they would bowl, and they'd have their one bowling ball, and so they weren't considered athletes because you didn't run fast, jump high, you just roll the ball. And anybody could do it, whatever stature you were. Now, you can still do that. There's some pretty big guys there, still pretty good bowlers. But, talk about on the tour, look at a guy like Chris Vai.
Oh, yeah.
He works out all the time, strong as an ox.
A.J. Johnson. That kid's a mule.
Yes, he is.
There are. Look at this break from Zach, and actually, this is good timing because it's on the live stream right now.
And watch his reverse hook.
Yeah, and then look at what's left behind. Look at the spin, and doesn't get there. Golly!
And these are the slowest racks in the upper Midwest, so had plenty of time to hit a rock and do that. Oh, there's no rocks here.
And that is a good point, Parker. You're right, and especially the ladies. And the collegiate, a lot of that on CBS Sports Network too. Yeah. Yeah, Glenn, that's a good point too. I mean, even any type of exposure that we've had, right? Mainstream, we're poked fun at more often than not. So you're right. I mean, Kingpin was humorous, but it very much so was the depiction of what most people thought of bowlers.
Well, what about golf? Rodney Dangerfield and whatever golf.
For sure.
So they still had the same kind of spoof.
Yeah.
But they didn't take it as they took it as a spoof, not like, this is really the way it is.
Right.
So
yeah. But anyways, I think that's really what it boils down to at the end of the day. I don't think we were perceived as athletes, and I think the money followed that and went away, and it went to other places, and we lost out on that.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure you've probably announced I'm a little short-staffed today. The regular crack staff had to work since we're on a Saturday, so I'm going to go collect some scores quick from game one there.
I mentioned that. Well, this is the first time in 6 years it's an all-male.
It's an all-male crew.
Crew, exactly, yeah.
No wonder.
Exactly, right. Yeah. I thought it was interesting where we saw Zach Andreessen throw his reverse hook and left a solid 8, and then he just threw it normally, hooked it from the right side to pick it up. So pretty talented to be able to do that effortlessly. Watching William Jones on 29, who led qualifying today. Trying to become another member of the back-to-back CBA title winners because he won last month at Andover. Got a long ways to go, but he's set himself up in a pretty good spot by being leading qualifier with 100 pins over second place. So he just got to, first thing him to do, make sure he gets into the top 5. I got to ask Zach. I know he's got 1 or 2 16-pound purple hammers. And I'm not sure if he's using his 16-pound one or the 15-pound one. I'm not really sure, but I'm going to ask him that because very few people can go back and forth on different weights. Yeah, Glenn, I agree. It'd be really nice if they just get it back. Just remember, like the old ABC TV, right before Wild World of Sports, and everybody looked forward to watching bowling. Man, that was fun times back then. And that wasn't a very good shot, I don't suppose, by Zach, but you'll see it here. He did strike. Oh, I think we lost our signal for a little bit. Okay, we're back. We lost the signal for a second, but we're back here. Ryan Burr. You see, we're coming down to J-Mo's Bowl for MSC. I'm not sure if it's next month or what it is, whatever. But then Greg Strike. Haven't seen you for a while either. See when I see what's going on here. Nick Hogan is bowling against. I'm not sure. Oh, he's bowling against Brady Stearns. Brady just came off 169 on the end pair. Lost to Chad Nelson, but now he's got the front 4. And he's got 77 and a 4th for Nick Hogan. Let's go over here. Lucas Hersrud just struck for double, missed another single pin. I'm not sure what that was in the second frame, Lucas, but I'm going to have a discussion with your mom and dad about picking up single pins. You need to make sure you don't miss those. Anyway, he's got a lead over Brady Gustafson. Went 3 9 pairs to start the game, then a 7-2 split, but Brady, like I mentioned, at 299. Game 7 propelled him into making the cut. And 299 on this was a pretty tough thing to do. See, I'm looking down over a ways. Keaton Beery has spare 4-bagger. And he's bowling against Ricky Osteen, who's got open, double open. Looks like Keaton just got a 5-bagger, so he's making a run. I watched him earlier today, and I thought he might have thrown away a couple things. He struck about the 4th frame. He had a strike, and then in the 5th frame, he left it's about game 5 or 6. Left a 4, 6, 7. A little upset about it, and just threw the ball hard, missed them all. So he threw away 4 pins there, and he only made the cut by 3. So I'm not sure what he did the other time, but throwing away pins like that when shot's tough, especially where you don't want to do that. You see, Zach just missed that single pin, and him and I just talked Thursday night about picking up spares, which is very key, single pins especially. We just had that discussion, and I didn't look at him if he looked up at me after he missed that or not, but I'm sure he was thinking about it. Yeah, Zach and Dawson bowling high school leagues. Yeah, they were and are good. They're just getting better and better with the more knowledge they get, the better they will be. Steve Bowen's sitting next to me. He helped out Jason get scores today. Zach just throws that strike and pins are flying. He just goes, geez, we don't seem to do that, Steve. Pins don't fall the same way for us. Has something to do with they say rev rate, Steve. Josh Kennedy just had a baby split in the sixth and open, so he's got 125 in the sixth. Bowling against Will Matafee, who's got strike, spare, double, so that's kind of even right now. Lucas Hersrud going for a four-bagger. Oh, left to 210. Will Matafee going for a turkey, left to 24810. I think he wanted to one-up Lucas. I can leave more pins than you. Although his is an easier spare. Maybe not. Steve, maybe you would know this. I was talking to Jason as he walked by here and looking at the top 16 bowlers. Chad Nelson is 52 years old. Who's the next oldest bowler in the field? In the field. Here, right now, bowling the top 16. And most of them are under 30. We're thinking this is a young field. Well, I don't know how Nick or Brady, I don't know their ages. Well, I think Brady's got to be mid-30s, I think, too. I don't really know. We were trying to figure out, or Andy Mills. So I thought Andy's like 36.
Andy's 36.
Okay. Oh, he's bowling somewhere. No, he doesn't. No, he's over there on about like 24, but not as flashy as he would normally dress. What?
33.
So Brady is 33, at Brady Stearns that is. And Andy is 36. Oh yeah, Brady's got the same birthday as my sister Ann. June 25th, I should say. And so Andy's 36, and how old is Nick Hogan?
35. What about the guy that's Brady? This guy's
Raymond Young.
Yeah.
Raymond Young is young.
Is he?
I don't know. There's another one we didn't really know either. But most of these guys are under 30, which is really bodes well for the CBA, or under 25, yeah. Really bodes well for CBA moving forward. And summertime, obviously, a lot of these guys are, back home from college, so that's good. That's their bowling. They can't come up here during the college months and bowl. And then there's Brooke Salzman over there. She came down to what? Haven't seen Brooke for a long time.
I'm very tired. I went to the zoo this morning.
You only did what this
I
morning?
went to the zoo.
Oh, went to the zoo.
Yeah.
With all the animals? You're tired? You run around with them or something?
I took 3 nieces and 2 nephews.
Oh, you took 3 nieces and nephews to the. No wonder you're tired, yeah. I understand that. I take grandkids and I'm wore out after 2 hours. Give them back to their parents. Oh, that's kind of cool, Bernice. So your daughter was on a team that shot a 300. I'm assuming you're talking Baker 300 in a high school league. What was her name and what high school? Let me know what that is. I see Carl Fitek is watching. Carl's out here watching, and he's seen everybody playing right off the gutter. You go, man, I could come out and compete with that. They left those few boards dry out there.
iPad on his fishing boat.
Yeah, he's probably out in the water right now catching those big bass. Northerns, sun, whatever it is out there. Or just getting some sun. 95 degrees is pretty sunny. It's going to warm out there, but it's a good spot to be out in the water. I know a good spot not to be today is at the Twins game. I sold my tickets to some Brewers fans, I think. But I think they bought them. I put them on StubHub because two reasons. I originally was going to go. Originally I had tickets, obviously, and didn't know the CBA was happening at this ticket. I kept the tickets from March, so didn't know when it was going to be. And then I was going to take Gary Green because he's a Twins and Brewers fan. Well, it turns out Gary's daughter, Sophia, had a graduation party today, so then he couldn't go. And then I wanted to be here at the CBA, and I didn't want to sit out there in a 95 degree and watch the Twins face the left-hander and not be able to knock pins down, as I watch William Jones. I mean, not score runs. All right, so the crack staff of Jason, all by himself because Steve's over here eating lunch, whatever, with me. William Jones stayed in first place, even though he went 182 and he lost. Lucas Hersrud at 232, won. Ryan Swiderski at 233 and won. Brady Gustafson is fourth. He had 198 and he won. And Jace Goodell won with a 174. He's fifth. And Ricky Osteen at 247 and won. So he's sixth. But let's see here. What do we got for scores? William Jones at even 2,000, which is 200 over exactly. But Lucas Hersrud got within 22 pins. And Ryan Swiderski 76 pins behind. So top five are within 100 pins of each other now. And so William Jones with that 180 and lose, he's not running away with it anymore. But like I mentioned, you just got to get to the top five. And it does bode well by having those extra pins and qualifying with the carryover. Sure helps a lot. I mentioned Brady Stearns earlier where he had back-to-back 243s to make the cut, then shot 169, lost to Chad Nelson. So Chad moved up quite a bit. Anything can happen. Shot's not easy. You're not going to shoot 250s and 60s all the time. So if it's a pair you don't like, or as some people always say, that pair was tricky. The only time they say it's tricky is when they bowl bad on it. Otherwise, it's they bowled well. It's funny how that works. Can't they just say I got in a pair that I couldn't figure out, or I threw the ball bad, or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm too old school. So Zach can have 215 with a strike here, and William Jones going at a 218 pace. He's got to strike up in the ninth, so 9-9. He's going to win that match, but he certainly wants more than that. But he does have to fill the 10th frame. Brady Stearns, after that 169 in his first game, is going to have 240 again this time. He either has 160, 240. That seems to be his MO today.
Yeah, and just to the left of what we have on camera, Josh Kennedy had shot 120 his first game. Takes that by almost 100 pins more right here and gets to 220 and shuts out Matafee as well on the game there too.
I might have had to slap Josh Kennedy. I've done that on our Thursday night bowl, He's not on our team, but one night we were going to his pair, and I go, how'd you do? He goes, I forgot how to bowl. I can't do anything, whatever. And I go, you need to be slapped. So I slapped on both sides of the cheeks, and
there you go.
Shot 821 after that. I told him I might have to do that. Brady Gustafson just fouled, which was not a good thing to do at that particular time. Sam Lanto, I'm at the CBA. That's why I'm not at Sophia Green's retirement. That's my part.
You have one of those.
I have one of them. Graduation. That's kind of retiring from high school, isn't it?
It is.
Same thing. You just call it something different. I'm graduating out of a decade.
That's
all right. I graduated.
You graduated from working anymore.
I'm not totally quitting. But I'm just stepping back further than I stepped back before. Still want to
Do you get a retirement party every time you step back?
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
Uh-huh.
Once a year. I didn't have one.
Yeah,
2.5
I'm
years
going to
ago
step
when I
her
did
back
that.
again a little bit this year.
Hey, Ace, any excuse to have a party, Jason?
I can't argue with that.
No, so you get the twofer this year. You know, get out of one decade and go to another. And
Yeah.
start thinking about that, man. You know, there's not many decades left when you get up to the seventh one.
Yeah. It's understandable to think that way for
Yeah,
sure.
I know it's weird.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the age, you think of it. But I don't look at age as, here's what I always said, way back, I used to say, how old do you think you'd be if you didn't know how old you were?
Mm-hmm.
So people way back when you're,
Yeah,
oh, I'm
it's a good way to
30,
say
I'm
it.
old.
Yep.
You know, and I didn't know where I heard that from. And then I realized, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, somebody said something to me, and I looked it up. Satchel Paige, who was a really old guy, and he was like pitched, he was 40-some years old or 50-some, whatever, and he pitched. He said, how old would you be if you didn't know how old you was?
Yeah.
That's the way he said it.
Yep.
So I, with my Edison High School, Northeast Minneapolis grammar, I thought I would change the word from was to were.
It does sound a little better that way.
I like the way he said it, though.
Well, it was more real his way.
Exactly right, yeah.
I'm gonna.
There are a lot of people who get wrapped up in the age thing. Granted, but if you feel bad, it's hard to try to feel young, whatever. If you have issues, health issues, whatever, I can understand where people think. But I also think it's a mind over matter. I'll keep doing whatever I can do as long as I can do it. Although I'm feeling my age more and more watching them Twins play.
Well, you'll have to get the Northwoods League Plus app so you can watch the St. Cloud Rocks for free as we continue to dominate. They're on the ESPN Plus.
Really?
Yeah, app. Huh? Yeah, the Ocho. No, Northwoods League has their own channel. All the games are broadcast. So
nice. I'm
When
going to
we,
get up there and watch a game with you sometime.
Absolutely.
I've been saying that for a couple of years now.
Duluth in that league?
Yep. Yeah, we're actually giving a good run here to clinch off the first half playoff already to put us into the playoffs in August. So
Isn't that?
we've had a good start.
Don't the St. Cloud Rocks have something that says 10th frame brought to you by Southway or something?
First frame.
First frame.
The
First
it's
inning.
well, first frame. It's the first strike
Oh.
of the home games that we pitch. Where it's it says that strike to you is that strike was brought to you by Southway Bowl. Strikes are good at Southway Bowl too.
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. And that's why you have season tickets, Jason.
That is.
I was watching a Twins game, imagine that, a couple of weeks or a week ago, whatever it was, and I forgot now what player it was, but was in the independent league and played for the St. Cloud Rocks, and is now on. I'm not sure if it's on a Toronto team or what it is. I can't remember now, but they brought it up, and every once in a while, somebody from that league, especially the younger ones, they get maybe they're not really good out of high school or their junior college, whatever it is, and they, have to play somewhere and get in the independent league, and then they just get better, and there are scouts all over. And if you got somebody in the independent league doing well, somebody's going to sign them.
Yeah, our seats are second row, right behind home plate.
Oh,
and
that's kind of close, isn't it?
It is. The first row, there really isn't anybody that takes those seats year after year. And the scouts know that, so we get a lot of scouts that sit right in front of us.
The radar guns?
They do, sitting there with the guns and that. So
nice.
We got a couple of pitchers that are high 90, low 100 guys right
Oh,
now.
really?
So yeah, so
Wow.
there's some good pitching to watch, and then we've got a guy that's leading the league in home runs too. He's got like I think he's Small Dino is his name, yet he's 6'6".
Tiny, they call him.
I call him Tall Dino.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's got like 7 or 8 home runs, which when you've only played like basically 20 games so
Yeah.
far,
Oh, yeah.
that's
one
almost one every other game.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
exactly,
so it's a good pace.
I mean, if there was one every other game in the pro, the guys would have 80.
Yeah, right,
You know,
right.
That has never happened.
Yeah, right.
Close one year, whatever.
Yeah.
But all right, let's kind of watch what's going on here bowling wise. I see where Zach Andreessen now is throwing the ball as a right-handed hook now instead of the reverse hook. Because I think the last game, even though he almost won, William Jones came back to beat him, but he was kind of hooking early. He crossed over, went high, so I think he did well, though. He made the cut by doing that for 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
There. So that's an excellent tool to have in your toolbox of bowling that not everybody has.
Correct. And we have talked about it before on live streams where, you know, there are those that want to say, well, so-and-so has given up or, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
No, not when it's done by the right people in the right
reason.
in the right way, and that, you know, he was looking to just stay out of trouble. And not you know, cost himself too much, and then it just turned out that it was a better look than what he had, and so he was even scoring better with it. Robert Smith once bowled an entire block with a backup ball in the Japan Cup, averaged 240 to get in.
Yeah, okay.
You know, so I know Chris Vai's done it on TV. Simo has done it on TV.
Simo, I think, has been the best.
Yeah.
The first one I saw doing it that well.
Yeah.
You know, so speaking of that, I just talked to a friend of mine, Terry Schroeder, last night. And Terry Schroeder and myself, we actually started our Laker team in 1986.
Yeah.
But we were bowling a CBA way back. John Dorick was running it, so this would have been pre-1990. And we were at Blainbrook. And that's when we didn't have patterns. And so certain houses obviously scored better.
Yep.
Left or right. Well, the lefties were doing really well. And Terry decided to start throwing backups after this one. We had 2 squads. You bowl A, B, A, you come back. And the last game, you need to do something because we didn't have anything. So we also paid out a high game out of the money. So Terry was thrown back. I've had like $250 and $150 for high game out of the money. But John Dorick had to go down and talk to him, make sure he wasn't making a mockery of the left side.
For sure.
And, you know, and he goes, no, I'm just trying to like score and do something. But that was one-handed backup.
Right.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was a purple ball, but it wasn't a purple
It
hammer.
wasn't a purple
It
hammer,
was a purple
but
angle.
oh, okay, yeah.
Those angles were like good back then.
The angles were really good
Oh.
back then, and they had great looking shirts.
Oh yeah.
The
I
angle
like them.
polos were
Yeah.
some of the sharpest, like
Yeah.
colors and designs. Yeah.
I remember I had the black angle. Had my first ever 800 with it. Then I also had the blue angle and the
Yeah.
purple angle.
They had a gray angle.
Yeah, I had that too. And then
The
a
gold.
gold angle.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if they had any other ones.
I had a black, and I had a blue. And then I had at about the same era, same time, were the Columbia U dots,
Yes.
which were very similar in performance. And I know I had a wine U dot and a black U dot. Yep.
Back then, I remember having 4 bowling balls. That, you know, because you had 2 Don Johnson totes. You know, you didn't have
Right,
wheel stuff.
right.
So, I'd have I had 2 blue hammers. One drilled back then called axis weight.
Yep,
And one
yeah,
straight
right,
up, whatever.
yeah.
And then I had 2 wine U dots. Drilled 1 axis weight, and those 4 bowling balls, and I just used depending on which one needed. And
Yeah.
It was simpler
Yeah.
times back
Well,
then.
it was a lot. The equipment choices were a lot simpler. That's
You
for
know,
sure.
they're all urethane.
Yeah.
Now people bitch about
That's-
urethane.
Yeah.
It's different.
We didn't
It's
know-
different urethane.
Oh, off camera, but we just see William Jones leak one right into the gutter, which shorter patterns. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, play
That's
out there.
kind of where to play, and
That's why he was leading, because he played out there.
very well.
Oh, absolutely, very well. And like I mentioned a little while ago, he's going going to be trying to be one of the few that can add his name to the back-to-back tournament CBA tournament champions
Right.
because he won last month at Andover. Yeah, William didn't throw the ball very good on the spare shot because I'm sure he was afraid of throwing another one in the channel. But 52 in the fourth, but he's bowling against Keaton Beery, who's got 27 in the third with a spare in the fourth. So even with that two opens for William, he's still ahead in the match. William comes back with a solid strike, snapped out to 10 in the fifth frame, so got to shake that off. Sometimes it doesn't matter how your score, it's just that you had to win that match for those 30 bonus pins. Obviously you want to bowl well too, but sometimes it takes 240 to win, sometimes it takes 180 to win. Either way, you definitely got to win. All right, thanks, Bernice. I just got back to you on your comment back. Thanks. Looking down, still more off of camera, off to the left, watching Chad Nelson. He just struck there in the fourth frame. He went strike, strike, spare, strike. Bowling against Will Matafee, who went double, open, spare. I don't know what Chad had game two, but we should have our scores coming up here pretty soon. But Chad said it was a struggle all day. I don't want to say he barely made the cut, but let's see, where was he in there? He was 13th. He was 200 pins behind first, but only 80, 90 pins behind fifth. So, I know he won his first match with 2-1. So actually, he's 10th place, 75 pins out of the cut. Jace Goodell bowling against Zach Andreessen right here on 31 and 32. You'll see off to the right of the camera right now where Jace got the front six. Zach went spare, open, turkey. That open, another single pin by Zach. What else we got? Watching Brady Gustafson right there pick up that spare. He's got 78 in the fourth. Tied with Josh Kennedy, who's got 78 in the fourth also. Steve Bone, who was our one-man crack staff guy today, just gave me the scores. Update after 2 games of match play. William Jones still leading, increased it a little bit. He's up by 57 pins now over Lucas Hersrud. Ryan Swiderski won again with 244. Got him to 198 overs, so he's 69 pins out of first. Ricky Osteen, 221, and he won, so he's at 139 over. And Chad Nelson, we just mentioned, he went 217, 233 for 89 over. 89 over. He jumped all the way into fifth, and he's looks like he's making his move to get all the way up there. And Brady Gustafson, unfortunately, had the 166 and dropped out of the ladder right now. But he's only 8 pins out of the ladder. Then Josh Kennedy with 222 after his 120, like Jason had mentioned earlier. He's 56 over, and then 52 over is Zach Andreessen. So the scores will change. Winning those 30 bonus pins is obviously pretty crucial. But, you get a 230, 240 in there. That's going to jump you right up, and Jace Goodell with the front six is going to make a big move because he was 10th and only 50 pins, 40 pins out of ladder, so that's still a lot of frames to go. But Ryan Swiderski making a big move. He had, like I mentioned earlier, when he made the cut, he had a stretch of 3 games. Would he give me another one, Steve? Was the other one wrong? Okay, same thing. I thought he gave me another update because I couldn't tell if he was. I like that he put how many pins are out of the ladder.
Nice little addition.
Yeah, I thought he was giving me an extra sheet here because he made a mistake, but I should have known better.
Yeah.
Steve, making mistakes? No.
We might not have the crack staff, but we don't have the on-crack staff on today.
Exactly.
So
and you know what the good thing
we're not
is?
going to make mistakes like that.
You know the good thing is having him here instead of Matt Payne? He doesn't partake in the beverage.
Oh, yes,
It's a little cheaper for us. Jason.
Yes, there is that. El Presidente adds to the expense.
That he does. We don't know where Matt Payne is today.
We assume the bubonic plague
Otherwise, he'd be here.
because we've heard the bubonic plague.
Yeah, that's the only reason he wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that would be the only thing that would keep him from being here.
Jace Goodell left a 2-8-10 and open 7th frame.
Have you never heard that before?
Wow, Steve's not
Hear
as
this?
old as us.
Well, I was going to say he's almost the same age as me. It's close. Wow.
Jace came back with a solid strike after that 2-8-10. So watch Brady Gustafson here leave another solid 10 pin. It's amazing how sometimes the pins fly around, they don't knock them over. William Jones, after that opening, he had a gutter 7 in that 4th frame. Then he went a turkey, and then he just went 6-3 and a 9, and Keaton Beery comes with a double. So that that's not. William hasn't won that game yet. Will Matafee shaking his head like, why didn't that strike? Well, it was a 2-pin, so he's probably wondering what he did wrong. Zach Andreessen with a 4-6 to make it tough for him to win this game. We got Nick Hogan and Andy Mills over on the end.
Looks like Millie just missed a single pin.
A lot of single pins being missed here that I've been seeing here. Okay, well, Brady Gustafson doesn't carry that 10 pin where he threw it in the pocket and then carries that. That's just like perfect game. Well, you have to, man. You should have had a double. You should have had a turkey. Oh, watching Matt Wallner beat out an infield hit off a lefty. There's some hope for the Twins yet. They're down 4-0 in the 5th. Matt Wallner, Twins player, pride of Forest Lake. The guy is 6'5", and he hits the ball as hard as anybody in the league. Problem is, he doesn't hit it very often. But when he hits them high, and they go far. But he's going to be good.
Great shot by Zach there.
That was a good solid strike, but he's down by 40 pins.
Yeah, I was say, unfortunately.
Let's see what Jace does on this right lane because he left a 2-8-10 last time, and I don't know if he threw it bad or sometime you make an adjustment off a bad shot, which is really a wrong thing to do.
Right.
Seemed to post that one. Ooh, got the 10 out.
So that's either the lane is changing a little
Right.
on him, that right lane, because that's back-to-back on it.
Luckily, he knocked the 10 over. So, Josh Kennedy up with the turkey there. Chad Nelson leaving a half 10. Comes back, pounding. Oh, no, didn't do anything. Walk back, pick up his spare ball. He'll pick this up.
Jace.
Oh, all of a sudden, he's down. I hate to say this, but if he has another open, he's only got 2-0, and
Yeah, 2-10 is still available
Zach. So he's got to at least mark this
to Zach.
10
Yeah.
frame.
Yep.
Who's got the pressure? Brady having a little trouble carrying the 10 pin on the right lane. That looks like me on Thursday nights on our house shot. As a matter of fact, I was on 29 and 30 our first set. I left 15 10 pins in the first 3-game set, and most of them were on the right lane on 30.
Wow. Closed caption to GM David Langer. There's obviously an off-spot issue on 30. Best get on the mechanics and make sure those pins are on spot.
Yeah, I picked them all up. Didn't miss any one of them. But this. You know what it told me? That I am going back to 15 pounds because I think the 14-pound stuff
does deflect more than.
Well, I always knew it did, but I thought I would get a little bit more revs, a little bit more side turn, whatever on it. But I don't know. It didn't. It don't seem to be.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I leave more 9s than I did with 15 pounds
Huh.
and more 10s. So when I do get the ball to face up, then it keeps going too much or whatever. It's not deflecting. So I'm not sure. And part of the reason I changed was because my hand hurts a little bit on the. And I don't know, I've been working out a little bit more and trying to a little stronger, so I know I can handle it again now. I'm going to go back probably in August after our summer season is over. The worst thing I have in doing that is buying more equipment.
Right? Yeah.
But this time I'm not getting rid of my 14-pound stuff instead of
Just going to wait,
instead
hang
I
on.
gave away the 15-pound stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm thinking of doing that. I'm pretty sure I will, but I'll see what happens in August. I was talking to Jeff Anderson about it, who uses 14. He goes, I'm not switching back. And he does really well in his 14-pound stuff. So does Havlish. And I got the difference between those two guys and me, they spin the ball more than I do. That's my only thought of why they like it better than I do.
Sure. Well, and Anderson's going to have more speed than you,
Yeah, that he does too, yeah.
too,
Havlish does.
and is probably going to play a little more direct
Well, that he does too.
than
More
you.
speed, more direct. He
Yeah.
can be the more speed, and he spins it more, so he gets more side turn, and
Yeah.
it's down the lane further, outside further. So it doesn't have to come back as far.
Correct.
When I have to,
Yeah.
I have to throw a little softer. I don't cover a lot of board, not enough revs to cover the board to hook back enough. So I did it for a year. Actually, I think I did it for 2 years. Yeah, it's been 2 years since I changed.
Wow. Time flies when you're leaving 9s and 10s.
Right, I know it. I thought it would help me. I thought it would be okay in league. I thought it would help me in certain tournaments where I could control the pocket more, but I just got to strike more, and I'm not doing it with the 14-pound stuff. And Chad, we were just talking about Chad and Dave Ullman both using 16
Yeah.
still. Rob Clements still using 16, but
Yep.
he's got a 15-pound spare ball now, and he said he might be changing down to more 15-pound stuff. And that's what I was going to ask Zach Andreessen. I know I talked to him before, and he's got, I think, a 15 and a 16-pound purple hammer.
Oh.
And he uses, I can't remember why. He told me he goes back and forth or whatever, but
Interesting.
yeah, he can do that. But Chad Nelson, speaking of that, and he can strike out for 238, and he's going to move up even more. As soon as I say that, then he goes through the nose for 4-6. What does he have here? He's going to win his match by 1 or 2 pins. Oh, no, he's got to pick up 2 of these. He's got to get one of the 4, 6, 7 to win his match. I don't expect him to whiff this thing, so... Jason, he's decided to bring over a chair where you could sit down instead of having to stand the whole time.
Yeah, my feet were getting tired.
Fill her up. Well, Chad wins 206 to 204, but he could have struck out for 238. But he still wins, so he's gaining 36 pins. So I'm pretty sure he stayed in the top 5. Brady Gustafson. Oh, I think he lost that match. He did. He only had 170, so he's going to drop down a little bit. Josh Kennedy. Oh, and Josh won, so Josh will move up. Don't know what Ryan Swiderski did. He's way
up
on the other end, isn't he?
Yeah, he's up right here,
Oh, wait,
actually.
he's on 33 and 34.
Yep, 33,
oh,
34.
bad game.
Yeah, he needed that one. Yeah, he's
looking up 200.
yeah, he can get exactly there.
200. He could slight possibility of winning the match if whoever he's bowling against doesn't fill the 10th frame. Looks like he's bowling against Dawson Peterson, and I bet he's going to hit the pocket and get 9. So, getting back to our Thursday night bowling. I needed to get 18 pins in the 10th frame to win our first game. We rotate. I was anchor this week. We always rotate our order. So, what I do? I leave a nice 10 pin, and I pick it up, and I go, like I always say, throw your best shot and leave a dead 10.
Yep.
Well, I threw it too good. I left a 4-5. But I only needed 8.
Just enough.
Exactly. So Lumpy says, yeah, throw your best shot, leave a 4-5. when you need 8.
Yep.
Well, Ryan got that first one in the 10th.
Yep.
Well, he's going to have 200, so. He's going to force we get 9 on the first ball for Dawson, clinches it, no matter what. But, if he happens to leave 2 or 3 pins down there and opens, yeah. Make him earn it.
We'll switch back to there and watch it finish since nothing else is.
Yeah.
They're just about to get going.
Like
We'll
they say.
see if there's some drama we can watch.
Make him earn it, is what they say. Now he crossed over, got 9. Well, throw your best shot, leave a 10 pin, you win the match. But he's not looking at just that. I'm talking about Dawson. He got a chance for a much higher score, and he's going to need that to to move up a little bit more. So still have 234, be gaining 64 pins if he strikes out here. Solid strike. I'm not going to mess around with 9 or anything like that. So your wife and daughter had to work at Southway Bowl today, I'm assuming.
We have one of them there, and then one is Allie is a manager of a spa, so she's
okay. Because it's a Saturday today.
That's just it. Yeah, the Saturday bit is what kind of creates that. Yeah, Dawson gets them both. So, yeah, just like you said, he's looking to make more of a move than just getting that 30 bonus out of the way.
According to Steve Bowen, where he put on how many pins are out of the ladder.
Nice to have.
On this sheet here. So he was only 56 pins out of the ladder, and he just gained 64. Not on the field, but just because he shot 230. Well, if he strikes 234. Yeah, it's there's a couple people there down towards the bottom that might not be be able to make a run, but William Jones still holding on.
That is the only downside, of course, of the pins carry over in the match play format. If somebody is snuck in, let's say, but here you've got 16 people, there's a wide disparity of, between the scores from top to bottom. Sometimes you can find yourself in a pretty deep hole, and not know if you're going to get out of it or not.
And then that might affect how you focus and how hard you try sometimes. And not because you want to let the guy beat you or anything. You just said, I can't try that hard anymore. So
I grounded out all day.
right, yeah.
And here I am 3 games into match play and know that
I'm tired.
I'm going to take 14th.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
tired
it's-
and it's hot outside and whatever. So we just watched Keaton Beery.
Yeah, he throws pretty good.
He's from Iowa. And,
Throws are pretty good.
He was one I talked about who he barely made the cut by only 3 pins. But I had watched a little earlier in the day where he had a strike up. He's about the 4th, 5th frame of a game, and he left a 4-6-7. And he was upset about it. I could tell by his actions how he threw his hands in the air, whatever. And then he grabbed his ball and tried to throw it 100 miles an hour, right? And he just missed all pins. So he lost 4 pins on that. And I
Yeah.
thought, well, that could cost you. And
It almost did.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he did that a few other games or not, whatever. But man, you got to get all pins all the time.
Yep. Yeah, we don't throw them away like that.
It's,
Not out of anger, not out of spite.
no, all you
No.
got to think about is 2 for 4 to pick up.
That's
If
it.
you only left the 4-7, you're gonna shoot at that like you'd pick it up.
Yep.
Just because you left that 6 along with it, you get upset. But they're young.
For sure.
He is from Iowa. What do you expect? No, I just kidding. There's nobody from Iowa watching, are there?
No.
Who would?
No.
I oughta went around. Is what they say. What Iowa stands for.
What's that?
I oughta went around as we're coming down from Minnesota. Another good grammar thing that I learned in Northeast Minneapolis schools.
Well, Jace's got a good look on this pair, too.
Wow. Okay, he's making a run. Yeah.
I mean, he obviously a little lackluster finish coming down the stretch that last game.
Well, his first 2 games are 174 and 136. So
Yeah, so
Oh, all right. Thank you. From Jeremy. All I know, Jason, I get to go home and have some Italian meatloaf.
that's what you were saying. You
That
said
I-
you've just been having them. They're
chopped up
cooking
everything.
currently, or
No, not yet.
Nope, not
I
yet.
chopped up all the stuff yesterday, the onions and the garlic and the red bell peppers, and put the Italian sauces and the ground beef and the seasonings and all that. Made it all last night, and then I kept it separate. And then I mixed it all together this morning, put it in a pan, and I'll tell Verna to put it in the oven in about 45 minutes on my way home. It takes almost an hour to cook it all.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were one of those prep it and slow cooker.
Yeah,
type
Well,
things,
I,
or-
I do that a lot on stuff, whatever. But this needs regular oven time.
Not a slow cooker.
No, Oh, carried out that 9-pin, Jace.
Nice little
All right.
break.
All right, well, he's ahead, but not by a lot. You got to keep striking because Josh Kennedy is going to.
Oh, wait, there she is.
Wait, Josh Kennedy's bowling against Brady Stearns. Jace is bowling against Keaton.
Kieran. Or,
Keaton.
yeah.
Keaton Beery.
Keaton Beery.
I think we pronounced it correctly. Is it Beery?
He
He didn't.
didn't.
question you when
Yeah,
you
he
said
didn't
it.
correct me.
Yeah, correct, not question. There's one name you can't mess up, and that is Chad Nelson.
No, that does rank up there. like a William Jones as well. That's another pretty.
That's another one too far to the right that William Jones just threw. But it's the first frame, so it's like leaving a solid 9 and picking it up if he strikes here.
And this is a nice little match now to switch over to.
Brady Stearns and
Brady Stearns, Josh Kennedy with only one miss amongst them in 8 frames worth of bowling between them.
Brady's miss, that is. Josh Kennedy, I talked about him before. You know, he won his first CBA a year or so ago, right? Sunrise.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And,
Yep.
Former Rookie of the Year. He's another one of those that bowled his first ever CBA on my pair down at Farmington Lanes.
Oh, okay.
He made the cut the first time too, whatever. And so I see him on Thursdays. I like his attitude. He's kind of self-deprecating. He's always complaining, "Oh, I suck. I can't do this, can't do that." And but he tries hard. He talks to himself a lot. He'll never give up. I can tell you that.
Yeah, he definitely has that don't quit
Right.
about him.
The 278. So that's the right lane where Jace Goodell left those 2 light hits on too. So we'll have to watch that. That'll be one of our stepladder pairs, right?
Yes, it will. Yes.
So we'll have to watch lane 32 compared to 31. Pick that up like he's done it before.
I think you might have seen it once or twice.
No, I got some Italian meatloaf I got to eat.
Well, there's so many things I like here. Like the quesadillas are amazing.
He looked amazing.
Boy, that's
Too much.
like-
Andy Mills had the quesadillas earlier today, and he was looking for 2 people to share with him.
looks so good.
Yes. Brady Gustafson sliding by a 3-pin. That's his second single pin. He's missed this game in 5 frames. So one thing I've noticed with these younger bowlers, for some odd reason now, a lot of single pins being missed. Not that we don't miss them, but at this caliber, man, you got to pick those up. Give you any chance of staying up there. William Jones, after that gutter he threw in the first frame, only got 6. Then he struck the second frame, but then he went. His opponent went 6 spare double. Might be Raymond Young. Yeah, that's who it is. Brady Stearns up on lane 32. I want to see if his carries down a little bit longer, if that lane is tighter or not. It is. He left a 2-pin, almost a 2-8-10. So a little tighter on the back end on 32. Or else it just goes a little longer, one or the other. But it'll be something for us to watch in this last few games of match play and the step ladder. Yeah. Dawson Peterson is watching. I thought Dawson Peterson was bowling. So Jace Goodell shoots 234, wins another match, where Keaton has 220. William Jones comes back, he was at that open and then strike spare strike. I want to watch Brady Stearns' ball reaction on 31. Let's see if it picks up earlier or just finishes stronger. Oh, that picked up a lot earlier. Unless he trying to help it based on what happened on the right lane. I might have to discuss that with him, just so, just ask him, just so I have an idea what he's seeing out there. Over on 35-36, we got Ricky Osteen bowling against Ryan Swiderski. Ryan went open strike, and he's been making a move, obviously. And Lucas Hersrud over on 33 with a nice snap, about 7 and a 10, both at the same time. Watched on lane 32, just off to the left. It was Josh Kennedy. I want to see how his ball picks up, and a light again. 2-4-10. So that right lane, it looks like there's a big difference now from the right and the left lane on that pair. I'm assuming these bowlers understand what's going on out there. They know that. Just maybe not making the right adjustment, or don't think it's going to be that much tighter, or the left lane hooking that much more. Be interesting to watch. All right, Josh, picking up splits left and right up there. Picked up that 2-4-8-10 like he's done it before. Didn't lose any pin count or anything. Kept his 11-pin lead. I'm assuming this one's going to be in the pocket on the right lane, or the left lane, sorry. Andy Mills over on 33. Striking he's got a 4-bagger spare double. Lucas Hersrud with a spare double. Well, going on the same thing, he'll have 9 spare in this frame. I don't think that's going to happen, but okay, Josh on lane 31. He saw those pins go down, and that was Josh Kennedy striking, and the ball definitely finishes stronger. I still think it picks up a little earlier also. Twins are in the bottom of the 7th, losing 4-0. They've only got 3 hits, I believe. Man, they got to do something. They need some offense. Lucas picking up a spare. He didn't leave just a 9-pin, a single pin, but still just spared. He'll come back and strike here because that's what just kind of happens. Solid strike for Brady Stearns on that tighter right lane. Don't know if he just threw that softer. Lucas. All right. That's all you carry. Andy Mills watches that. He's probably saying, some guys got all the luck. Andy Mills driving up all the way from La Crosse, Wisconsin to bowl our CBA tournaments. Brady had to rethink that. He didn't like something, whether it's first step, something caught his eye, pushed away wrong, I don't know. Regroup, do the routine over again, start over. Not in any hurry, it doesn't have to be. They're ahead of some other pairs. As Andy Mills strikes ho hum. Just another turkey. That's going to go high. A shot on 31. Definitely starts up earlier. I got some intel on this 31 and 32 that we're going to be watching that pair going forward.
Oh, I like it.
Definitely.
Double secret probation stuff.
Somebody asked me, I can tell them, but they might not believe me, but 31 is tighter than 32. And Brady, 2 shots in a row, and the left lane went high after being light on the right lane both times, even though he struck last time there. Just starts up sooner. So it'll be fun to watch, interesting to watch when we get into the step ladder of who likes left lane or not. Now, I don't know, is Brady kind of a guy where he takes notes, where he writes down on their score sheets if he sees something, or if he was to get back on that pair? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I don't know that he's a writer down, but he's got mental notes.
He's not like
for
Carl
sure.
Tytek and Scott Pohl who got notebooks.
He doesn't have a notebook, no.
Randy Wyckoff is watching. Hey, our crack staff of Steve Bone.
I had to go order food this time. My bad.
Okay, that's all right. Well, that's why we got Steve here. Josh coming light again, not carrying out that 10, but at least he got it up to the. He picked up a 2.78, and then he picked up a 2.410. Now he just left the 10 pin, but that right lane is definitely tighter for him. So, before I read the scores here, Randy Wyckoff, just seeing him saying hi, that reminds me, Joette Holseth.
Oh yeah,
By the way,
I did hear. Yeah,
don't know what happened. All I know is Pat Holseth put some stuff on Facebook 3 days ago now, whatever, about Joette was in the hospital. Really sick, and then an hour later he took the ventilator off. An hour or two later she died, and I don't know why, but that was very unfortunate, very fast.
Yeah.
And so I don't know the whole story yet, but I feel bad for you, Pat, because Joette was only a year or two older than me, so obviously not very old.
Right.
But you never know. So hopefully you're doing okay, Pat, and.
Sorry to hear. Condolences, and obviously we know she had some health
she had breast
things in the past. That she went through. So, not sure what it was. I haven't heard anything either, but it's always sad news.
Yes.
Especially when it's somebody that gave so much
back to
the sport.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Like or didn't like the Metro Bowler or whatever, that was our only source of news for a long time. And it was good. It was good because people liked, I don't care what anybody said, if you had your picture or right up in there, you liked that in the Metro Bowler.
Of course.
You read it. So,
of course.
But no, she didn't do stuff just for the top-notch bowlers. She did stuff for bowling.
Yes.
Like the honor roll thing. If you were averaging 130 and you had a 200 game, it was in her paper there. It was in the Metro Bowler. Pat Holseth basically started the Metro Bowler, and then her and Joette did it together, and Joette pretty much did it more on her own at the end. But so that was our bowling newspaper. Now more people get it. If somebody did something back then, you had to wait till you got the Metro Bowler to find out.
Yeah.
Now everybody just writes about it themselves.
Yeah, you're watching it right now.
People just write, well, I had this in my league last night, or I did, whatever. So people talk about their own. So that's how you find out who does what nowadays.
Yeah. The Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, the social media, that's the number one source. And look, we use it too for everything. It's our number one source of info. And if somebody says, well, I didn't see that anywhere, you go, well, did you look at Facebook? Because that's where all our info is.
Yes. I like it. I like the social media. I'm somewhat against the I did this thing, I did that.
Right. As far as dispelling information, it's...
Yes, it's very good.
Or dispersing information, it's a great tool.
It is. Where else did I tell people I get where do you get, like, I read a lot of stuff on, like, say, CBS Sports, Yahoo Sports, ESPN, or even Channel 11 News, whatever. I say I get it from Facebook, but I do get it from their Facebook page on Facebook.
Correct.
So I read, I can read the Star Tribune online, because the Star Tribune paper itself, even though I still get it, there's nothing in it.
Right.
And it's where I live, which is Maple Grove, it's always a day late. Seems like it's day late.
Yeah.
Twins game last night got over at 10 o'clock at night. I get the paper this morning, and it says late Friday, early Saturday paper. They didn't even have any scores because they printed it before the game was over last night.
Right.
What happened to the 5 o'clock in the morning, getting all the news and getting it out there?
Right. Well, I sometimes wonder if some of the print media has just gotten lazy in the regard of worrying about getting the news on print because it's online already.
Yes, very true. Very true.
The story breaks online.
It really does.
And then it's in print after that.
And sometimes it's not even in print. Because obviously I'm a baseball fan, and I watch the games, and even though I know what happened, it's not in the next day's paper. So I think, it'll be in the following day's paper. Give the recap. No, because everybody already got it online, so they don't need to do that. So the sports section is only, you would say, 4 pages. 2-page front and back.
Right.
It used to be big, way back. Star Tribune, actually, when it was just the Minneapolis Tribune, the sports section was peach color. And so I'd pull that out, and I'd read that first. The front page, games started at 8 o'clock at night back then. They only were 2 hours long. Of course, I was a kid, and I had to be at bed, I had to go to school the next day.
Yep.
But I get the paper in the morning, I look at it, the front page of the paper, the Twins logo, the 2 guys shaking hands over the river.
Yep.
They either showed him laughing or crying.
And then you knew.
One or not.
That's funny.
So, that's back, 60 years ago, man. I was 10 years old then.
Right.
All right, so I'll give you the scores now after 3 games of match play, which includes the 8 games of qualifying that carried over. William Jones still leading at 24-81. So it means he is 281 over. Lucas Hersrud, though, is 201 over, so he's 80 pins behind. Ryan Swiderski had 194 and lost, so he's 110. He's only 90 behind. Chad Nelson, 206 and 1. He could have struck out for 230, but he opened. But he still won. He would be 150 behind. And Ricky Osteen, even though he only had 160, he's 100. He'd be 100 over. So he's 181 from first, but he's in the ladder.
Right.
Josh Kennedy is 1 pin behind him. Jace Goodell, 1 pin behind him. Dawson Peterson, 5 pins behind fifth. Brady Stearns, 10 pins behind fifth. Brady Gustafson, 40 pins. Will Matafee, 47. Man, that's bunched up.
We talk about this all the time. We love it like that.
Oh, exactly. A lot of movement in there.
You get down to that position round, and you got, basically those that are in it that are within, 20 pins or so of each other, and then those that are on the outside looking in that are within 20 pins of just getting in, and then all the bonus starts to play into it, and it's high drama. It's fun.
I always wonder who has more pressure, the guy 10, 15 pins out, or the guy 10, 15 pins in.
I think it depends on how you personally look at it, but my statement would be the guy that's in. Because the guy that's out is out. So there's no real pressure. He knows where he stands. Yeah. He's out. All he can do is try really hard to get in. Yeah. The guy that's in is in. This is just don't jack this up. Okay. And I stay right where I am. I'm in.
If you're out, you have nothing to lose. You can gamble more. Try something else.
Sure.
Because I need a 5-bagger.
Yeah.
If you're in, just don't mess up. So then you just go 9. You leave dead 10s and pick them up. That's what I was getting at on the difference of.
I get it. Yeah, and I think I look at it as, yes, I'm going to try those aggressive things because I'm out,
Yeah.
And I got to get in somehow if I'm going to. But if I don't,
Then
well,
you're out to start
I
with.
wasn't really pressured, right? It was just I was willing to try something because
there was
I
no-
knew I needed to.
There was no
Almost
pressure.
a lack of pressure
Yeah,
because I
exactly.
have only one
really?
choice.
Yes.
I got to try to get there.
And so it's been talked about, like, say, if you're 13th, 14th, 15th, or whatever, you no chance of getting a ladder. And I go home, whatever. The last game, and you go, oh, I can't wait to get this over with. And then you shoot 240 because you didn't care, so to speak. And the other guy who was really trying has, 190. And, and he lost, and all of a sudden he's out. Well, you didn't bowl this good all game. Why are you trying now?
Yeah, because I didn't try.
Yeah. There's something to be said about that. Not necessarily not trying, but you just kind of like let the natural stuff take over and just go instead of trying to be perfect.
Yep.
I tell my one brother, Larry, pretty good bowler. He averages, he's averaged 220 before. And I always talked to him about, I go, don't worry about what you're going to do. Just do it.
Yeah.
Just throw the ball.
Yeah.
And then Chad Nelson coming up here. Chad, you are the senior by like 20 years of everybody out here bowling.
I believe it. Today. Yep. It's a warm one. It's not nice outside, and it makes it not so nice in here. Yep.
Yeah, you're warming up for tomorrow, though, because the approaches will be just as tacky tomorrow as they are today.
Yeah. And it's a combo, the approaches, but I noticed too, like you get more friction on your thumb. You get more friction on because you're clammy, you're sweaty.
Yes.
It doesn't come off as clean.
Yeah. That's why you bowl, no thumb, two-handed.
Yeah, then you don't have to worry about any of
They
that.
ever hang up on their fingers? We've talked about that. What's your hang up? Well, my fingers got stuck. Did you ever hear that? No.
Not yet.
I know it.
Yeah.
Twins are now losing
See.
7-0 because Harrison Bader dropped a fly ball. It's very unusual. He's a gold glove, sure-handed outfielder, and so all these runs are unearned. And so instead of being 4-0, now it's going to be 8-0 now. Or no, that was 7. So yeah. Where's Dave Olenek when you want him? I don't agree with you, Ole, if you're watching. It's not Baldelli's fault that the guys can't hit or pitch. He can only play to people that he's got, and everybody's hurt, so it's not necessarily his fault. I really haven't seen a spot where he's cost him a game by I'm sure when he's made some moves and, put a guy in and didn't come through, and he's also taken somebody out that maybe should have left him in. But how many times did he not take that guy out and the guy came through and whatever? So you can only look at the bad things, and you see those things, they stand out. But all I know is the players like Baldelli. They like playing for him. They always talk good about him. He's a baseball guy. He also is an analytics guy, and the league is going the way of analytics. So.
Oh, Big Ten.
Yeah.
I played golf yesterday with John Holmes and Chris Holmes.
Oh, the Holmes brothers.
Yeah. And, that's my food.
Yeah, all right.
And Johnny said something, we were just talking golf, and then he said something about stats, and I said, basically he mentioned something about the stats that golf keeps.
Oh, right.
And I said, I would bet the only sport that is more statistics driven would be baseball.
Oh, there are so much statistics. There are so many different stats you can come up with.
The
And I don't
MLB
understand them all
stats are crazy with all of your whips and OBPs and
That's not even the start of it.
Oh, I know. And it just the SSMORGs and
the WRC, the weighted runs created.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And then there's a WAR and an F WAR and this, and WAR is wins above replacement. Then the F WAR, I can't remember what that means, but it's something a little bit different because wins above replacement is how many more wins you have compared to a replacement player.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the F, and it's a small F.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand all that because I
It's
need
deep.
to know those things. Yeah.
No, I got it.
There's Frederick Daniel Schassel walking by the booth here. He's trying to get a read on what the approaches are going to be like tomorrow morning.
Very excited. Clammy. Actually, they weren't bad for about 3 games, but then obviously more people were here, and then
And the door opening and closing all the time.
closing, and temperature probably went up well over 20 degrees.
So you got to be like John Easton, just bowl in your tennis shoes and don't worry about it, and because you're just going to, you're going to plant anyway, and don't worry about ever sliding. I can't do that, but
If it gets to be that bad, I think that's the option. Have a new slide socket and a slide stone. It's like let's
you could do what one bowler did one Friday night about 3 years ago that tried to use Easy Slide on the bottom of his shoe.
That's not good.
And we had a real big discussion about that. And here's the rule I found out. You can use Easy Slide on your shoe if you're up in the back and you put it on, and by the time you walk through the carpeting down to the lane, it's okay. That's the way the USBC ruled on that years ago, but you can't do it down an approach. You can't put it down on the approach on your shoe down there.
I think it's
But we had that discussion, and
banned.
If it transfers to the approach, though, you have to.
well, I was going to finish on that. If somebody is using it and somebody else has an issue, like they can't slide or whatever, they can tell that person you can't do it anymore, and then you can't. If one person has an issue. And I was on the pair of that guy who had that issue, and I was kind of said that I was partly to blame on the whole thing, and I go, no, I'm not wrong at all. He cannot use Easy Slide, and he put it right on his shoe and went to slide on the approach. And so, it was definitely bad.
Senior level, and some of us have bionic knees or surgeries
Or like a metal hip like I do.
right.
Well, Dave Velasquez, he was on my pair at the time, and I'm pretty sure you know Dave Velasquez. He picked that Easy Slide up, just in shadow balls now. He picked that thing of Easy Slide up, and he says, whoever put this down on the approach, and if I slip and hurt myself, this guy's got an issue, or will have. And that bowler ended up going home. So anyway, Johnny Holmes, you would have killed his pattern. You could have used that.
Johnny, you would have killed this.
Right off the gutter. Well, not the urethane,
Piping it up to the
but a ball that reacts like urethane, because us older guys make anything react like. I got a lot of stuff that hooks early and doesn't finish. I don't need urethane to do that.
Yeah, that's called my ball speed.
Well, yeah, same
Yeah.
thing.
Slow, so it hooks early and doesn't finish.
Slow, no revs. Although I was doing some old Piper Inn stuff on Thursday, the last game and a half, and had 250 in there. Lumpy said, well, just do the old Piper Inn. So I got it up to almost 16 miles an hour. Lumpy was over 17, but
pipe right for 16. I think I'm going to pull a handy.
I was all stretched out after 5 games, and so I was okay. Okay, I haven't been watching 31 and 32 here, but looking at the score, looking at Keaton. So on the right lane, he went 9. I don't know what the 9 was he missing, and strike. So if he likes the right lane because it's tighter, obviously left lane hooking more, he hasn't lined up. And now Andy Mills doesn't seem to have any problem. But talk about your slow hook.
I'd say from fifth arrow out to the gutter at 13 miles an hour, he just doesn't see him the same.
Doesn't see him the same, exactly right, yeah. So Andy Mills, well, he's down in 14th place, Jason. What's he doing shooting a front 7 right now, whatever. And so
Making his comeback.
yeah, well, exactly. He's got 3 more games. You shoot 300, and that's 130 pins. Let's see. Right now, he's only 108 out of the ladder. Well, I just watching Dawson Peterson, that shot on 30, if you just saw that, just so effortlessly and, striking. We always talk about the kid that bowls up at Southway, the tall, with the big high backswing with the
Endersby.
We always talked about his release and how effortless it is for him. But this is even less effort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dawson definitely has one of the better
Oh,
thumb in the ball
Absolutely,
games
yeah.
around.
well, Dawson right there, just going to soft off his hand, comes up the back of it, and as they say that, and he leaves the light 410.
I thought I had 10 back off the hand.
We were
You had the 2-4-8-10.
2-8-10.
Order ready for Nicky. Nicky orders, honey.
Let's watch Andy Mills going for the front 9 on the hooking lane.
All of a sudden, some people have this flag over there on the regular.
Well, that was way off.
Yeah, but that's the hooking lane. Oh! You got to see that on replay.
I forgot it was the. Thank you. I forgot it was the short pattern, so he's not quite at fifth arrow.
Right,
He's like
exactly,
third
yeah.
to fourth. Yeah.
We saw that off the side of our screen. We have to look at that on an instant replay. We'll do that sometime. So, that was a crowd favorite, Andy. Even Nick Heilman is shaking in his boots. William Jones keeping the lead after Game 4 of match play. That's 20 ways. He's 345 over. And Lucas Hersrud, 266 over. Ryan Swiderski, 234 over. Josh Kennedy, 166. And Jace Goodell, 5th place at 163. Creating a little bit of space now from 5th to 6th and down. Willem Matafee is 43 out. Brady Stearns, 50 out. Chad Nelson, 72 out. These are out of the ladder, out of 5th position.
Yep.
Ricky Osteen, 88 behind. Zach Andreessen, 89. And Brady Gustafson, 90. And so on. Well, I shouldn't say so on because Andy Mills is 13th. He was 143 out of 5th place. And, I think the worst he's going to have
I think it's going to change.
it's going to have the worst he can have is 267 or thereabouts. He could tie a USBC record, Jason.
He could if he tries hard enough.
I'm seeing there's 2 ways he could tie a record. One by striking out, one by going open. Because if he hadn't opened, he'd have the record of the least amount of shots in a game. 11. That's the least you could ever throw in a legal game. I think Keaton Beery is one of those down, towards the end and not really caring much anymore. I'm going to get not just 14th, I might get 16th, and run out of energy.
Maybe out of mental steam.
Yeah, that too.
Right, first CBA. I don't know how many other higher caliber events he's bowled. I don't know his
good
history.
point. Good point.
But if he hasn't done a lot of kind of more mentally grueling
Yes,
formats,
it's hard to focus. Oh man.
this is 14 games right here that they're going to finish by the end of match play on a really hard pattern.
Yes. Yeah, you can't just stand left, throw right, and okay, wait a minute. Andy Mills can, but
And he's showing that I think you can.
yeah, exactly. Well, okay, this is the tighter lane. So this one I feel he's going to be solid on. Whatever. Going for the front 10. Crowd behind him. Oh, he got that in the pocket, that is. He didn't seem to get that one out quite as far as the one in the left lane. But then he would know that right lane
Maybe
is
he knows
tighter,
something.
that I can't do that unless maybe he's been watching. Did I see where Andy Mills was watching? No, I haven't seen him put on his phone yet. Let's go watch Andy Mills get his name in the CBA record books with 300. Got that in more. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Of all people that didn't trust it.
I think he felt the
I
nerves
think he
of a
did.
CBA 300.
Oh, yeah. Cause
I don't care how many he's had before.
No, that doesn't matter. He hasn't had a CBA one yet.
Eagle winner, who cares?
Who cares?
You don't know nerves
Until
it's a CBA 300.
Exactly. Speaking of Eagle winners, hopefully Eagle winners by my 2 teammates, Joey Robillard and Rob Clements. I know we talked about this last month, but that was a month ago. Mm-hmm. Still leading the USBC double to 1494. Joey had 750 and Rob had 744. They took the lead. I still remember Joey had to have the second one in the 10th. And he did. Obviously, he got the first two because Rob just went spare strike. And they took the lead by 11 pins. I think there's two teams that are tied 11 pins behind them. But man, nobody's come close at all. I think somebody had an 800, but the partner had like 620 or whatever it was. But man, that would be really nice. They still got a month.
Oh, that would be great.
5 weeks to go, something like that. That would be awesome. So we're going to be somewhere on July 27th when they get that call from USBC.
Yep.
You're watching Chad over on the left there, leaving a 2-8. Just talked about how that left lane just thought it was going to hook up, and it didn't.
Yeah.
So
well, that'll make for an interesting. We've got 29 through 32 is step ladder, a gap, and then a practice pair at the end. So Chad just said, 29 is a peach, basically. He said it's my favorite lane in the universe.
Yeah. Oh, except when you try to it hooks by a 2-8.
Well, and that's where he left the 2-4-8-10.
Yes.
As well. So, yeah, he's not a fan of that pair.
Nope.
And then we've got the 31-32 discrepancy.
We know that.
So these four.
And then Andy Mills
How
come
about
back
that?
here.
He was buried at the bottom, and then all of a sudden a little 10-bagger brought him.
He was 143.
That was game
pins
5
out of the
already?
Ladder.
Well, that's weird.
Was that game
I just got 116 of them back.
You did. That was game 5. So we're going into position round.
I got to go do a position round. You up there.
So we'll, after all these guys are done with this game, we'll probably shut the mic off for a little bit while we verify the scores and make sure that we have everything correct. Now the bowlers will bring the scores up to the desk. We don't have to go down and get the scores. I shouldn't say we, because it's either Jason or Steve Bone has been helping today do that. But let's watch what's going on here. Maybe we can change let's see, we got a match going on 29 and 30. I'll see if I can move the camera over. We'll watch Dawson Peterson and Chad Nelson finish out the game. And then, so that left lane, which has been tight for Chad, all of a sudden that hook for Dawson, maybe, well, obviously because you think it's going to hook, or you don't think it's going to hook, and then you got to okay, I got to give it some more, move in, do something different. And a pair over, you got Brady Stearns going against Raymond Young, and they both got 112 in the, Raymond's got 112 in the 7th, and Brady's got 132 in the 7th with that strike right there, so he's got a 20-pin lead. We got William Jones over on 35 and 36. Looks like he's got 107 in the 6th. Chance for a spare in the 7th, left a 10-pin. Lucas Hersrud. Zach Andreessen, looks like they're bowling on 33-34. And I can't see who William Jones is bowling against. Looks like Zach is using something that's not your thing right now, but he's struggling. Well, he can still have 202. Another single pin miss. I don't know what that was. I know Zach's going to work on that. He just told me on Thursday how he's talked about in his coaching clinic that him and Brooke did about picking up spares, filling frames. Picked up that 10-pin with ease. Nick Heilman is watching. Nick, I don't know if you turned it on early enough to watch Andy with that 10-bagger to maybe jump up close to the ladder with a chance to get in the ladder. Watch Chad right here. And so just inside the third arrow. Not a lot of belly, but leaves a light 7-pin. He's going to have 160. He's going to lose, but he didn't hurt himself too badly, I don't think. We don't know what the other scores are about and who's behind him, who's going to jump him or anything. But scores were low. Besides Andy's 280, there was the 220 down there, but everything else is pretty low now. They're getting a little bit touchy here, Jason.
Yeah, they are. Well, we mentioned the 4 lanes that are going to be part of the step ladder.
Oh, you know how to pick them, man.
They're-
Just pick the tough ones.
Right.
And not that they're okay. They're tricky. Why are they tricky?
And you don't know it going in either.
No. And I'd say they're tricky because one lane is definitely hooking more than the other. So
Right.
that's where the tricky part gets in. If that's what people are saying, well, they're tricky when they, but it's always when they bowl bad, people say they was a tricky pair.
Yeah.
Is that because they didn't figure them out early enough or something?
Actually, they usually say it was a bad pair.
Well, okay.
Right?
Good point, yeah.
How many times? And then I caught
a
bad pair.
Yeah.
Never even thought to bring it out.
Could be the same pair that guy just shot 280 on. Okay. Did Andy say that was a bad pair? No. He liked that pair.
Yeah, no, I think he
31,
thought it was
32.
okay.
But somebody's going to have 160 and go, oh, that was a bad. Well, the guy he bowled against had 160.
I was like, yeah, I didn't go this step further.
Good one, Nick.
I like it.
Yeah, Ben Godey.
He has to make it to the first rung, though, Nick.
That's like that guy who fell off an 8-foot ladder and damn near killed himself.
Really?
And somebody else said, well, nothing. I fell off a 14-foot ladder and I was okay. I was only on the first step. Didn't see that coming, did you?
I didn't see that one coming.
Ben Godey, you are right. There is not a pattern that John Holmes would not like. But, especially if it's out by the gutter,
Yeah.
it's going to kill him.
Yeah.
We'll find out tomorrow in the MSC. Chromium, that's the pattern we're using.
Chromium.
Chromium.
All right.
Which is up at the desk. Which is, it's just a shorter pattern, I think. 42.
Yeah, I was going to say like
But it's
medium,
light,
I guess it'd be,
it's
but
light,
yeah, yep.
So, and it's good for seniors. I think.
A little higher ratio than this by far. You know,
Well, it's
so,
got, yeah. I mean, MSC got to have different patterns than the CBA. You know, obviously MSC is guys over 50, and there's a lot of guys over 60, and, you know, one's approaching 70 and are going to bowl it.
Right.
All right, we're going to shut the cameras off here, or shut the mics off here for a while. And after we get all the scores tabulated, we'll be back on for position round. Yeah, you're right, Nick. That first, how many times you put your foot on that first rung of the ladder and your toe and it slips off? That's what I'm saying. I'm shutting the mic off for a little bit. We'll be back. All right, we're back. We're just going to get into position around here. Jason should be reading off the scores pretty soon. What he's doing figuring right now is what pairs people are going to be on. But here's what we got. After 5 games of match play, along with the 8 games of qualifying, with all pins carrying over, in the 5 games of match play, of course, get 30 bonus pins for winning the match. William Jones is still leading. He's led all day long. I'm not sure after, the first game or whatever, but well, actually, I think he did because he went 240, 230, 230. Oh yeah, he's been leading from game 1 probably. He's only won 3 matches, but we have he's 348 over. Lucas Hersrud is only 40 pins behind him at 308 over. Josh Kennedy had 248 in game 5 of match play, winning his 30 bonus pins. Is 244 over, so he's 60 pins out of second. Ryan Swiderski, oh man, he shot 141 and lost his last match, but he's hung on to 4th place. And he's 180 over, and then Jace Goodell 160 over. He didn't win his 5th game either, but he still shot 197. So it goes William Jones, Lucas Hersrud, Josh Kennedy, Ryan Swiderski, Jace Goodell in 6th place. Brady Stearns shot 2-0 and 1. So he has 16 pins out of 5th. Andy Mills with that big 286 game is 24 pins out of 5th. Zach Andreessen, 56 pins out of 5th. Dawson Peterson is 60 behind. Will Matafee is 71 behind. Ricky Osteen, 76 behind. Brady Gustafson, 79 behind. And then we got, Chad Nelson didn't finish well the last 2 games at a couple of 160s. He's 100 behind. And Nick Hogan, Ray Young, and Keaton Beer, he round out the top 16. So we're going to go into match play. I don't know what the pairs are going to be yet. Jason's still figuring it out, trying to get it so that you're not bowling on the same pair that you just came off of. I know sometimes it doesn't matter much, but, there's a little bit of either like the pair or didn't like the pair, but it's really best if you don't bowl on the same pairs back to back. Now, it could happen if you happen to be on one of our TV pairs, because we're going to use 29-30, 31-32 for the step ladder. And if you happen to be on one of those pairs and so somebody else does all on the other pair and you get the bowl in the first match, somebody will be on the same pair. Can't be helped completely, but we try not to let that happen. So you'll be getting the mic here pretty soon, and they're going to have bowlers going to get 2 shots on each lane, and the higher seeded bowler will get the choice of starting the match or finishing first. We always talk about that. Some people like to start, or like to have the other person start, so that way they can have the ball in hand to finish or put pressure on the other guy. Jason's going to do it down there without the microphone. Maybe you can hear him.
The higher seed gets the choice start or finish the match first. And 2 shots on each lane for each bowler. Heading into position round, number 1 seed, William Jones, 29.48. Number 2, Lucas Hersrud, 29.08. You guys are 23 and 24. Third, Josh
William Jones and Lucas Hersrud will be on 23 and 24. Josh Kennedy and Ryan Swiderski will be on 27 and 28, he just said.
Fifth, Goodell, 27.66. Stearns, 27.44.
Jace Goodell, Brady Stearns will be on 33 and 34. Is that what he said? I think so.
7, Mills, 27.
Andy Mills coming off of that big 286.
27.04, 29 and 30.
Zach Andreessen and Andy Mills will be on 29 and 30. One of our TV step ladder pairs.
7 under, 10, Matafee, 26.89.
Dawson Peterson, Will Matafee will be on 31 and 32, so we'll get to watch them. The top 4 are going to be off our camera range. We'll try to keep you posted as far as what they do. And so they're kind of scrambling right now, moving around, moving their bowling balls. They get 2, like I mentioned, they get 2 practice shots on each lane, and the higher seeded bowler gets a choice if he wants to start or finish the match first. Wow. Does it hurt?
You got money, look at that. You won. No, I never thought I'd use it again.
Yeah. All right, I think they could hear you from home, Jason. You were
Is that loud?
you were loud. You were expressing the voice or whatever you want to say. That it was good.
You notice I usually stand on the approach when I do that?
Yeah.
And I realize with the music playing, I probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I also realize this from standing here. Those music speakers are facing that way,
Oh yeah, good point.
not back here so much.
So you were talking louder.
It was louder to me than it was to you, I guess.
You know what's funny? I was on the phone talking to Terry and Marie Schroeder, and they're on their speakerphone. Or they had their phone on speaker, the 2 of them talking, and I'm just talking to my own. And I could hardly hear them, so I'm talking loud.
Oh, right.
And Vernon goes, "You don't have to be so loud." Oh yeah, I can't hear them, but they can hear me.
Yes,
I got to listen louder.
that's right.
Talk louder.
That's right.
But it's funny how it works.
Yep. Yeah. That or when, you find out somebody is like, they can't hear,
Yeah.
and then you try to talk louder, and it's like, no, they can't hear. Well, I guess I just thought if I yelled loud enough,
You would
maybe
hear
they'd catch
I
it,
Well, it's funny
Yeah.
how that works. So.
The volume of the lip reading doesn't go up with
No,
my voice.
No. Or the people who like to talk with their hand in front of their mouth, or they're talking to you and they turn away as they point to somewhere else. Hey, look at me when you're talking so I can see what you're saying, not just hear. And that's only from us old guys who think, who know that could probably think about getting some sort of hearing, at least a checkup
Right.
on the hearing. Because on the phone, you can always turn the volume up. So we have a good couple of matches here on 29, 30, 31, 32 because we have all the intel on the lanes, but they should figure them out with the 2 shots on each lane here, or at least have an idea.
Well, and I kept the top 4
Away from these pairs.
away from these pairs.
Good idea. I was kind of mentioning that you were getting scores, or you were getting lanes figured out so that people didn't just come off of a pair they were already on.
Yeah.
And that they're not going to be on these TV pairs. It could possibly happen if a guy here jumps up into the ladder, but for the most part, we try to not have them both back-to-back pairs.
Right. And I knew I could flip-flop starting orders of the step ladder pairs if we
Right.
needed to make it work kind of thing. But I also like to take I kind of look at the top 4 and go, well, for the most part, they're probably in.
Right, exactly.
So there's jockeying for position, and people don't necessarily need to see that. Or,
No, we want to watch
but
the
if
ones.
you want to see the drama, see
all
if
about
somebody can make that happen. So
We're all about drama.
we have got those that are within 20 of 4th. Our fifth place person is 20 out of 4th, and then we're out of the cut 16, 24, 56. That would be the pairs that are basically
Right.
going to be the step ladder ones are right in front of us, kind of.
I like it.
So they still have it available to them if they want to go out and earn it or can go out and earn it.
And Will Matafee just strikes right away. Started his match out on the hooking lane on 31. I'm curious to see what he's going to do when he gets back to 32. And the Mills.
You waste no time getting started with one of those strike things too.
Yeah, like it looked like what the hell happened to him in the 11th frame. I mean, the guy has like front 10 in a row. You'd think that he would strike in the 11th because he can't miss. Pressure?
I'm going to assume it's nerves. It might have been his first one.
First one today?
First, yeah. So if you haven't been there before, sometimes I guess you get nervous.
I get nervous. So I watched, exactly. He's a 10-pin. He's going, I go, no, Zach, that's lane 30. Remember I left 15 of them on this pair the other game? And then I used to tell people, all that ball, still only 9.
Right.
But it was frustrating for me because there was, the ball would quit or something or whatever it was. I don't know why I couldn't strike on that right lane. Oh, Zach. And I was just telling Chad.
Yeah.
He was up here for a little bit, off mic. Zach came up to me in 10th frame of the third game on Thursday. I'm on the right lane, left a 10-pin. He's on 31, ball right next to me. And he left the 10-pin also. He goes, show me how. And so I picked it up and I go all over it. And then he picked up his too. And then he told me after, he goes, I just did that clinic down in Owatonna. And he goes, talking to everybody about picking up spares, picking up single pins especially, whatever.
Yep.
And I've seen him miss about 5 today.
Yep.
And I think he knows I'm back here behind him. And he's probably thinking about it. I hope that's not the thing, but he's too good to not pick up the spares.
For sure.
And I know he's working on it. Whatever reason, sometimes you get out of whack. I know that is. And your second step, you're never going to pick it up anyway, whatever. So
such a mentally fragile sport too that you can definitely get in those funks very easily where all of a sudden and then you lose confidence. You feel like I can't pick up a spare, and then all of a sudden you believe I can't pick up a spare.
I've learned, I'm almost 70, Jason, and I'm still learning. That I get a lot of times I just go really quick, especially if you're doing something, you leave one. Okay, what I do, but I've learned to take like an extra second or two, and my setup is always the same, but my focus, I'll say fourth arrow. Just remind myself, hit fourth arrow, because where I line up, I hit fourth arrow, and I got it. So if I just take a second and say that to myself, then I'm focused on fourth arrow.
Sure.
A lot of times I go up there and I have no idea where I'm throwing it, and I miss it by a mile. Well, of course I hit like second arrow. So it's just a matter of focus.
Yeah.
Which I've always talked about. I mean, these guys are all good. They're going to pick up these spares 90% of the time. Crucial times, we need to pick them up. Need to win a match. You need some in the 10th frame or whatever. You got to rely on your muscle memory and think it's an easy spare.
Yeah.
Well, Andy took no time and started out with a turkey.
Getting started. Yeah.
I don't think he's having trouble with either lane.
Not yet.
He could be on this pair for the first game.
Well, that's why I said we'd just have to
flip-flop
the order that we were going to do the step ladder then. But correct. Who knows if he keeps going this pace?
He might be third.
Maybe he earns himself past being on this pair to start.
He'll like either one of them.
Yeah. Yes. I don't think he's got a problem with.
I don't think so.
Yep. And of course, we will have one game bowled on the other one in between. So sure, they change a little, but
now where he's playing,
I would just think that confidence-wise, you just feel different,
Not where he's playing though.
And that too. Yep.
Well, Zach's gonna mirror him, but a little harder. I want to see how
little
fast.
Straighter.
That's true.
A little straighter, a little firmer.
16.64. I'm just curious on.
Andy will be about 8.4, roughly.
Exactly, yeah. That's going one way and 8.4 coming back. But good point on the 8.4, how you can throw it slow and still strike.
Oh, of course you can.
You just kind of like Davy Jones here. He can throw the ball really slow and really strike. Just like Andy Mills right there.
I could never throw it like Andy Mills.
We can't throw it that slow, Davy. 14.6.
Oh, yeah.
Get a shadow in that one, Dave. So Andy's was 2 miles an hour slower than Zach.
So he was 14
Yeah.
something then? Is that what it was then?
14.6.
Didn't you say? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was in from the right lane.
Gives it the patent Andy fist pump thing. 14-1. He's getting down to my speed almost here. 13-9, you got it, Andy. Well, we thought you were at 8.7.
Yeah, I estimated you at 8.4.
half of Zach.
Yeah, we got the serial number.
We got you half of Zach's speed. Andy, I think it's awesome that you can throw it that slow and still get the ball.
Repeat and
repeat over and over again. Yeah. So let's see what Zach's was in a 16.4.
Yeah.
Straighter, obviously. So it's going to look. And I always talk about these are red where the cameras are down there.
Correct.
Not from the fall line like the PBA Tour.
Correct.
So they throw it faster than that.
Off the hand, it's 1.5 miles.
Is that what it is? I was
roughly.
wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Roughly.
Okay. Well, we got a hell of a match here.
Yeah. So your Zach's probably 18.5 off the hand, maybe 19.
Depending on what
Oh,
wants.
yeah.
That was a little faster, I think. That one looked like really, really good. 16.7. See, a little faster.
Yeah. Yep. Just a titch.
So 14.4 was on this lane last time for Andy. Both these guys could make it in, you know. Oh, another 7:10 carry by the Andy Mills. Zach, how do you beat that? Okay, I'll watch you next Thursday and I'll let you know when you have one. I had one. You should at least had two. Well, yeah, you don't spin the ball like Jeff, so what the hell? Yeah, exactly. I was just talking about lane 30. I was on that Perry, and on the first set I had 15 10 pins on 29 and 30 on Thursday night. 15 in a 3-game set. Picked them all up. All right, Andy. 14. Oh, that was a little faster than the last one on that lane, but no, exactly. Oh, near. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Well, if they both strike out, they're both going to make the ladder probably because there's nobody else like doing anything. Let's look over here. Will Matafee and Dawson Peterson, who are 9th and 10th, and they're just a 220 max for one of them, and so the 4-pin for Zach. 5th and 6th, Jace and Brady, Jace Goodell and Brady Stern are on 33 and 34, and one's at a Dutch after 5, and the other one's at 2-1, 2-0. So right now they're going to be passed. So it wouldn't be surprising if Zach and Andy sneak into the ladder from 7th and 8th. Where's Josh Kennedy? Josh is safe with enough pins. So it's going to be Ryan Swiderski or Jace Goodell would drop out for Andy and Zach.
Live streaming. Yeah.
And they're all in the 5th frame, and they're not even at, Ryan's now at 200 pace.
I have double secret probation obtained a theme song for Andy Mills.
Okay.
That was written exclusively for him
by
I don't know. It's a lady singer. I don't recognize the voice. But let's just say somebody from his fold kind of leaked it, and it is an entertaining song.
We can play it over the mic.
We could maybe, when it gets a little quieter, like before we start,
Yeah.
like the step ladder,
Have it
it
on
might
your
be
phone.
quiet enough to be able to give it a play over a microphone. Yeah.
All right. We're going to have to, I can't wait to hear it.
I received a, hey, if Andy makes the ladder, you may want to play this song that we
Okay.
wrote for him on the way to Baton Rouge this year.
Okay.
Or if he doesn't,
Play it anyway.
it's still a great song.
Okay. That's some good inside info, man. Oh, Josh, putting the 4-pin around the 7-pin. How's that one look, Andy? Oh, a little bit too soft, I bet, because the hook to the eye, leave that 9. But he's okay with that, breaking up the 4-9, 14.2. See, he needed to be a little faster on that lane.
The person that said it, maybe we could get it piped into the mic, the speakers here.
System here.
Make it like his walkout music for the ladder if he makes it.
We got to come up with something like that.
We should.
Get ready to rumble.
You know, I did actually look into belts. Like, I know we have banners, but I thought, yeah, belt would be kind of cool. You know,
Championship
like,
belt?
yeah, like the WWE
Yeah,
belts,
right.
like a,
Oh, like
you
the
know,
PBA has the
yeah.
World Championship
to
belt.
have, you know, your player of the year, or your rookie of the year, or something like
Oh.
that, you know, kind of get,
I like it.
you know, something like that. And,
I'll talk to Mike.
yeah.
Mike Schmidt at Mike's Pro Shop, and maybe
Yeah.
maybe we can do something.
I was going to do that for the King of the Hills, too, at Southway, and then I found out the price of the belts, and I realized that what I was charging for an entry fee and what I
Wasn't enough
basically
to-
wasn't taking for lineage didn't
I thought
really
maybe
make
the belt would be
sense.
cheaper than a plaque, but not necessarily. Plaques are pretty
I
inexpensive.
think $180 to have a belt done up, and then I don't know where you'd get the add-ons, because like for the King of the Hill, I was going to do it where the
Oh yeah, right.
you know
okay.
was added on to it.
Yep. 14.11 is slowest on that left lane so far. But
Well, we could probably.
let's go to Ryan Swiderski. Can you get over it? No, we can't get to 27-28,
No,
can we?
I can get to the guys that are striking, and we'll see Ryan to the left of
Because
us there.
That's going to be Ryan is one of them. Well, actually, yeah, Jace Goodell and Brady Stearns too. Yeah, we might want to watch them if possible. That's 2 4-pins in a row for Zach on the right lane, and which is the tighter lane.
Yeah,
At least I think so. But you know, it's funny.
and with him being behind Andy,
And
I
you know
mean,
what's
now
funny
this.
on that, he left the 10 pins there, and so you want to be a little heavier, not half pocket for a 10. So you leave 2 4-pins, cost them a 240-50 game, which
And very much the match, probably,
for sure.
or could have. Yeah,
but the 250 is like better than the guy shooting 190 and winning.
no doubt,
So-
no doubt.
And so we're
Well, that's where he's going to hope. Yeah, let's get over here to Brady and Jason.
Yeah,
I
let's
mean,
watch
that's where
that,
he's
yeah.
got to help. Where, like, if one of these two guys,
I'm gonna have to do some mathematician stuff.
mathematics,
Yeah, arithmetic.
right? Oh, and we've got Brady with a foul on a 9 count
Oh.
for an open. Well, that's not good. Oh, there's a little controversy. I got to go take care of this.
Okay. All depends on who wins between. Well, there's a couple things. He might have enough to get in. Andy's going to make it in no matter what, especially if he strikes out. And I expect him to, 259 at the worst, or 50 something. And Josh Kennedy, 235. Well, we're going to have one more, Mary, because we still have more talking to do. Yeah. Do that. Picking up to 3,610. Oh, no chop of that. So he's going to have 250 something, which is probably enough to get him into the ladder. But I don't know about Zach with that 235. And Zach would have beat anybody else other than Andy if he didn't have to bowl him. So he would have got those extra 30 pins.
Yeah, that's going to be his fault at the end. I mean, he's the one that put himself in that position in position round.
That he did.
Yeah.
He could have had.
But that does stink when you look around and you know you've got pretty much every other match won.
He could have had 11 more pins,
except for the person you're bowling. Yeah.
If he misses by less than 11.
Yeah, then it's, definitely his fault.
So 88 more for. So 190 for. Thank you. So Josh Kennedy, get back to some other scores here. Josh Kennedy's only going to have 178 max, but who is Josh bowling again right now? He's bowling Ryan Swiderski, who could have 2-1. Well, Josh is not going to have, but I thought he was going to be the safe one because he was way up there, but not necessarily now. He's going to have 160 max, so we have some movement going on here. I'm pretty sure, right here would be good for the scores. I actually want to see one of these, so 29, 23. 189 for Brady.
What's that? Oh, don't worry about it. We got you.
Dawson is at 28.90.
You gotcha. Thank you.
154 for Josh Kennedy because he opens, so that really hurts him. Oh, he's 2 pins ahead of Jace Goodell to stay in there possibly. What is Ryan Swiderski? I think Ryan Swiderski is going to stay in the ladder.
Right. I think it can help you out anyway. You get 3 off the right every shot if you do that. Yeah.
So I believe Jace Goodell is going to drop out of the ladder, and Ryan Swiderski is going to stay in, and Andy Mills is going to jump into the ladder. So it's going to be, I don't know the order of William Jones and Lucas Hersrud because they were down a little bit ways, but they're first or second. Then it could be Andy Mills could jump all the way to third. It could be Josh Kennedy, and it could be Ryan Swiderski. Don't look at my mess. I don't know if you can understand what I wrote there. Frederick Daniel Schassau. So one more for Ryan. That's going to, no, he didn't get that one, but it's going to get him to 2. Who's he have there?
Chad, 2-0.
Don't need that. Don't need them. They're too far down for my looking at that. I'm trying to figure out who's going to be in the top 5. So Ryan Swiderski could shoot 231 by picking up this spare. So he had 230. So the way I got it is between William Jones and Lucas Hersrud as far as first and second. They're pretty much going to stay there. Third is going to go to Ryan Swiderski. Fourth is going to go to Andy Mills. And fifth is going to be Josh Kennedy, I believe, by just sneaking in there with that 154 game. That was kind of a close position round right there, so kind of fun. We did have a foul in there. We had to call. There was no sound, but the light went off. Guy was shooting a spare, but you had to count it because the light went off. And we can't say, no, you didn't. Did you fall? Did you not fall? The light went off. It has been going off all day long. We assume you went over the line and got to count that. So that, I don't know if it would have affected a lot of things. Might have affected his next couple shots. But in the long term, the long thing about it, it did not affect his total score as far as getting into the ladder. Now, maybe if he picks that up, he strikes out. We don't know that. If it flustered him and he missed threw bad shots the last 2, that's on him. So we have that done. We're going to shut the mic off for a little bit, and we're back here in just a few minutes for our Step Ladder Finals.
said you're going to shoot 230 against the anyways, and shoots 220. So he had half of his first and third frame.
Sometimes the competition brings the best out of people.
I knew it when he shot buck 20. I go,
No, son of a bitch.
I'm screwed.
Can I bowl somebody else?
There's never. It's either the last place guy or the guy that just shot like probably the lowest game of the tournament.
Right, yeah.
Those are the people that are the most scary.
Yeah, exactly. You talk about that too. You like try something totally different. You know that you just. Yeah, it's kind of like not caring, but you're doing something that's natural or whatever instead of trying to be like all night. But you can't do that all day long. Yeah. We discussed that a little bit ago.
I kind of did that game 7. I'm just like going up and sitting down. I didn't really talk to anybody much. I just threw the ball and I had it back 7.
The natural stuff just comes out and move. Like shadow balls, you know.
Never win the practice session.
Oh,
Never win the practice
wins
session.
it all the time.
So he's not good on Thursday.
No, we already talked about that. The shadow balls are going to Chicago next year.
Yeah, it turns out 280, 250 will jump you a bunch in the standings,
So
along with 60 bonus.
yeah, with 2 games to go, Andy Mills was in 13th place, 143 out of the ladder. He shoots 286, 256, and wins both matches, and he jumps all the way up to 4th place. And so now he's bowling the first match against Josh Kennedy, and 2 completely different styles out here with these 2 guys. Well, it could be a fun match, but Andy seems to be totally locked in and lined up, where Josh just came off a 150 game.
Yeah. Here's a quick Andy Mills song.
Andy's bald head shines so bright under the lane's fluorescent light. Bowling ball in hand, he's feeling tough, but that 3-6-10 just called his bluff. Lines it up, takes a deep breath, misses again, oh what a mess. At Nationals he tried his best, but 10 pins stood, they weren't impressed. Oh, and he rolls, and he falls, strikes our dreams, but he gets walls, and when he's sinking like
Now that's funny.
That's all we have time for as an introduction, but thank you, one Nicholas J, for that message.
So, Andy, being the higher seeded bowler, chose to start the match,
Yeah.
Jason.
One of the rare occasions.
Exactly.
That,
And so, wonder why.
well, you and I would either say he saw something in the lanes for himself, or he saw something in the lanes for Josh that he wanted to exploit.
Right, yeah, right.
Yeah. Or take advantage of.
Exactly, yeah. And also, he might have liked the right lane. The right lane is a tighter lane. So does he like the tighter lane more than the, as I say, tighter lane, and Josh goes through the nose?
Right.
So, I mean, great decision to play the song. You will not regret it, Jason. Right from the mouth of Nicholas J.
I'm sorry that we couldn't get the crack staff here to get it into their system, but it turned out pretty good over the mic.
Yes. Well, you know, somebody might say that he Oh, it was bad. He put the 6 around a 10. He missed that off his hand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he'd been lucky if he would have picked it up. So that was just a bad spare shot.
Yep. Well, and I heard you mention it, probably a couple hours back, but just how everybody here that was bowling is a good bowler. I mean, everyone's talented, everyone's a good bowler.
Right.
Which means they make a fair amount of spares. You don't really become a good bowler without at least making a good chunk of the spares.
Yes.
But it is well chronicled that Josh can struggle when it comes to spare shooting. I don't know if it's focus or how much he gets himself amped up for stuff. I don't know what it is that happens, but it does happen.
Yeah, it does happen, yeah. So.
Little off balance there.
Through the tulips.
Not his fault.
Tiny Tim. Tiptoeing through the tulips
yes.
out there on the approach, Andy Mills.
That's who they should have had sing the Andy song. That might have been the only thing that would have made it better. Yep. Would have been Tiny Tim singing it.
He got married to Miss Vicky on the Tonight Show back in the 60s or 70s.
Thanks. You got it.
Brady. Yep. That was Brady Stearns. Walking by, thanking Jason for running another tournament.
Oh.
Can only be stopped by a solid 9.
And saying you'll see me Tuesday. That's good to know. I have at least one bowler coming for the King of the Hill on Tuesday. All right.
I'll be at the Minnesota Twins baseball game with Brian Floan.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, we've actually been very happy. We've had 25 or more each week for it. So
Yeah.
thanks for bowling, Dawson. Appreciate it.
Dawson, good tournament again. Thank you. See you next month?
Yep.
All right.
Cedarville.
That was Dawson
7-19.
Peterson. Come by thanking Jason again, too. It's really nice what I like to hear and see, because I know what it's like to run tournaments, and you spend not just a day of the tournament, Jason. People, you're here for 10, 12 hours, whatever is on the day. Maybe not 12, but 10 anyway. But it's behind-the-scenes stuff that gets done while, you technically don't get paid when you're doing stuff to get ready for it, whatever.
Yeah.
But but the people who come by and thanks for doing what you do, because they would have nothing to bowl if it weren't guys like you or me in the past and up to run these tournaments. So
yeah, and I appreciate the thanks more than what people probably think, because that is one of the few things we really get out of it. Right? Is a good feeling that people appreciate.
Right.
The chance.
And a lot of people don't say anything all the time, but there was a guy, I'm going to tell you who it was, Scott Pohl, who always wrote a little letter at the end of a CBA season about thanking me for this and that and running or whatever, and for, running the tournament stuff, whatever. So, and a lot of the guys don't express themselves that way, and they might just say thanks, but they mean it.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks,
See you
bunch.
Thursday.
Yep.
Are you bowling tomorrow?
I am bowling tomorrow.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. That was another one. Zach Andreessen come by just telling you thanks again, whatever.
Yep.
So, I guess they really appreciate that, because I think a lot of these young college kids, they go around the country bowling college tournaments, of course, and they talk to people who on their teams that come from all over the country to bowl, like say in Iowa or whatever, and they might realize we have a lot of stuff up here to bowl, competition for top bowlers.
Right.
With the CBA, MJBT, the Masters tournaments, even the MSC, obviously for older people, whatever. We have a tournament to bowl all the time, and even our buddy who runs That's What I Do.
Yeah, Hatton's tournaments for sure.
A tournament for not say the top bowlers, for people who aren't quite CBA bowlers have something to bowl.
Yeah, it's not geared towards the scratch bowler at all.
No,
but. Of course, you're able to bowl in it.
Correct.
And and on a given weekend, it gives them something to bowl.
There's always something.
For those that are searching for competition, you really don't care necessarily sometimes what it has to be. You're just looking to kind of feed that fire of competing.
Yes. And I come from I've been around for quite a while, obviously. Years and years and years ago, you never bowled in the summer. Nobody bowled in the summer. No matter what, the bowling centers closed. Everybody had, homes out of state, whatever, and lake homes,
or cabins.
And I'm talking about the proprietors who own it. They closed in the summer.
Yep.
And they had, because it might have resurfaced lanes and those, so we didn't have any bowling in the summer. Then the CBA came around. 1971 was the first year one, and people bowled in June. And I remember, I didn't really know at that time. I didn't know about the CBA until probably late 70s, something like that. And I go, who bowls in the summer?
Yeah.
Because they just quit in the summer. Well, then, when I started to get better, Elsie's had a Lucky 13 tournament. They had a men's Lucky 13, a women's Lucky 13, and then in the summer they had a mixed doubles Lucky 13. And so the Lucky 13 was 13 frames. But you really only bowl 10. But the fourth frame you got to strike, the 10th frame, which is really like the 7th frame, you got to strike, and then something like that, whatever. So you had 13 frames, and a perfect score was 390. So scores were up higher, and if you got the strikes in between, say like there was a strike in the 4th and the 7th, if you struck in the 5th and the 6th, you had a 4-bagger in there.
Right,
so
right.
The score would go higher.
Right.
So, but people would just flock down there and bowl all summer long, and I did that. And Bill Nelson was nice enough to let us charge our bowling all year long, and at the end, you made this much money, I either owed him or you owed me.
Oh,
and so people would just bowl the tournament all the time. So then I started bowling all summer, and I quit playing softball because I didn't want to get hurt playing softball when bowling was going to take over my leisure time, whatever.
Yeah.
So then I go, well, yeah. Now I bowl all summer all the time. I bowl 12 months a year.
Right.
People go, you bowl? I go, well, yeah.
That's what I do.
People would golf all year if they could. Just
of course.
Can't around here because of the weather. But then you'll go out of town for, like, say you go to Arizona, Florida, whatever.
Yep.
So
brought the clubs to Baton Rouge,
yeah,
because it was going to be the first round of the year. Kick it off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Andy,
for sure. That's
Andy, another strike. The only thing he left with that solid 9 in the 3rd frame. He's better off being light. But if you want to be good, and I tell all these people this, you got to bowl all year long, and if you don't bowl in a league all year in the summer, you better practice.
Yeah, at least get practice
in your game. Say
bowl the sweepers that people run. Do something that gets you
maybe if you
repetitions.
Change pitches in your bowl, whatever. Change weight.
Yeah,
14, 50 pounds, whatever. Practice. Be ready. Oh,
there it goes.
That's how you carry that 9-pin. So if Josh doesn't put that 6 around the 10 in the first frame, we got a really good match.
Yep. We've got 279 to 279 without
we would have had
the 610. Yeah.
But Josh needs to put the pressure back on Andy. Andy doesn't have this match won by any chance, but what's going to stop Andy? Solid 9, 10, 8.
Right.
He's going to hit the pocket. Al Houston says, let's go, Millie. Come on, Al. You should be better than that. Another one that runs tournaments.
Yes.
Al Houston.
That's right. Yeah, we forgot the Al Houston run events.
Yeah. Who are running tournaments that helps everybody be involved. And once you have some success in a tournament somewhere, you'll go try something else. And
For sure.
More.
For sure.
Then you start to bowl all of them. Then you get to be like say a Chad Nelson who bowls everything. Dave Ullman, Brady Stearns, they bowl everything. Bowling can pay for itself. So I was going to say something right there on that one that Andy just left. It looked like he dropped that one right at the foul line. I'd like to see that over again, but then it just started right up with a big 4. So
yep,
that's going to hurt him. The pressure that Josh put back on him.
Well, that's where you just got done saying what's going to stop Andy. I just said that. A bad shot and a big 4.
I said 4 pins. I didn't say all 4 at once. You can leave a 4, a 10, a 7, a 6. Oh, all at one time.
All at one time.
Well, that turns the things a little bit, but still, 241, and he can still have. I mean, Josh is going to have to. He's got either if he misses the next one, he's got to have a double in the 10th, or he's got to have a double right now. So he can certainly shut him out. And he needs a strike in the all-important 9th frame to set up that 240 possibility. Got that one out over the foul line. I think he set that one down a little too short.
Yeah, a little quick.
Yep. I
Yep.
wasn't watching that close, but I kind of heard it. Lucas Hersrud watching by in his New York Yankee fan club guy, whatever. He didn't hear me. He's not really a Yankee fan, just that his mom is, so he feels he has to be. Isn't that right, Nicky? He's not watching anymore.
I mean, he's old enough to disown her.
Exactly, yeah. Man, he comes out of that ball fast and clean, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Yeah. First one shuts him out. Otherwise, 9 spare or any spare strike forces Andy to get a double to win. So,
Yeah, the pressure's already been switched and placed, that's for sure.
and
Whether he shuts him out or not, the pressure's already there for him
Yep.
to have to show up.
so Andy just threw a bad shot in the 8th frame, but you had to believe he liked that lane better. You know, to have the ball in hand to finish.
Yep.
Oh, that was inside 4th arrow. Yeah, got that in.
Yeah. Well, that's
All
going
right.
to give Andy a chance.
As Davey Oman would have said, make him earn it. But he didn't. Well, the first frame, he left this 6-10 and put the 6 pin around the 10. With chances of him sliding by the 6 and getting the 10 to make sure he doesn't. That's not going to happen, but maybe it is.
He was nervous.
He was.
Yes, he was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the count doesn't matter much. Andy doubles, he's going to get
The
6
next.
or whatever
Yep.
the last thing. So it doesn't really matter what he does on this, but Andy's got a double. What's going to stop him? An 8 pin, 10 pin, 7 pin, 9 pin.
The last time he said that, a
I
big
know,
4.
Exactly. This would be a strike because it doesn't matter much. 234 though. It's a obviously pretty good game. It'll win most. It'll win most step ladder games.
It does. Yep.
Yep. Oh, that seemed to be a little light, but he got that out over the foul line, which every time he's gotten out over the foul line, he's struck, except for that solid 9.
Right.
This for the win. Oh, the half 10. It wasn't even on lane 30. 234 to 230.
Golly. Yeah.
Well, you got the 2 pins on the spare and the 8, on the split that he left. So he didn't throw any pins away besides the open. He didn't miss a single pin or
Yep.
whiff on something. So 234, 230. All right, so 29-30, Ryan Swiderski will be bowling against Josh Kennedy, get 2 shots on each lane, and Ryan will have the opportunity to decide if he wants to bowl first or second, or start or not.
Bowling wrong time?
See you tomorrow.
Maybe.
Okay.
Get out of bed. Then I'll give you an answer.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Drive safe. See you guys. Yeah, exactly.
I think I just do it fast, but the one is not slow, so I
Ryan's got a little bit of a forearm issue, he told me. He was icing his forearm in between the position round game and before now. So it locked up, he said. His forearm locked up on him, and he said that happened a year or so ago. So see if that affects him bowling or not.
Yeah.
He's been bowling pretty well towards the end here. So Ryan, who is I'm not sure what his title is, but he works at Medina.
What's that?
Ryan Swiderski works at Medina Lanes and does the lanes, helps out there. I think he helps on the pro shop. I'm not sure what else he does, but when I was practicing last summer, when I took the summer off because of my knee, and I go down there like once every couple of weeks to throw a few shots. Yeah, he was always working down there, so he's in the bowling business, so he probably gets a little more practice. And Josh, who I think he lives at Blanebrook, from what I understand.
Yeah,
and nobody bowls more than him, I guess, in practicing.
I would believe that.
Brady Stearns is obviously a good guy like that too, but
right.
Josh is right up there with bowling a lot of games.
Yep.
And what I really watching Josh's game is to see how he gets down. He uses his legs, and as you get older, you forget to use your legs a lot because they hurt sometimes.
Right.
So you can't quite do that.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how all of a sudden it happens. And you go, well, why am I not? Well, I look.
Why don't I do that always?
I look at so USBC national tournaments. Obviously, I had my 50th one.
Yeah.
So in doubles and singles, where you have that half stub lane and you throw the ball and then they can take your picture. And I look back at the ones I did in the 70s and 80s to now. Yeah, I was way further down at the line then than I am now.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of funny how
that changes and you don't notice it.
You don't notice it because you flinch. I had a hip issue, had that fixed, and now my knee issue, and I don't know. It's just it comes with age.
Yes, yes, it does.
Yeah. So watching Ryan right now, I think Ryan's in the wrong part of the lane. He didn't throw any that went down lane far enough, being out that far. So, and I don't know if he's doing that because of his forearm hurts, or that's what he's been doing. I'm not really sure, but if he plays there, he's going to have 170 and not have a chance to win.
Yeah, and I mean that is part of the deal, right? Especially it seems like with a lot of the short patterns. Like when you get a long pattern, you can sometimes get away with still playing outside.
Yeah.
There's just
down further
enough pattern in memory in the house or
Correct.
in the
Whatever.
lanes to give you that recovery, whatever. But it's pretty rare when you can get away playing a short pattern deep.
Oh,
because it just can't get far enough right to have enough room to recover. So it's coming off the pattern with 20-some feet to go before it gets to the head pin.
Oh, that surprised me that didn't pick up enough, whatever, but I just noticed you have the date wrong here. And they got Mermaid up there.
Oh, I still do. God, I was going to fix that. I'll fix that. I'll go do that right now.
That's just minor stuff that the crack staff isn't here, so Jason didn't change the date or the place that we're bowling at on the sheet. But I'll let that go. Two. No chop that time, Josh. All right, Ryan, let's see. Come out here, throw a good shot. Strike or not, make sure you throw the ball well. Get into the pocket and try to get comfortable as quickly as you can. Yeah, I'm glad he's taking some time up there, trying to collect his thoughts, and let's throw the ball good.
Pizza's ready, folks. Ryan, your pizza's ready.
I don't know if that's Ryan's pizza or somebody else's pizza, but okay, that one hooked early, but no, it's like he got that one down the lane a little bit further. Pizza's ready, Ryan. Is that his pizza?
I don't think. I don't know. Okay.
So it was not Ryan's pizza. Somebody over the loudspeaker just said, "Ryan, your pizza is ready."
I'll plant my flag.
Good tournament,
Gave her a run.
Andy. You gave her a run.
Yeah.
Emily, we'll see you again.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'll be bowling the next CBA, so if you're there, I'll see you then.
Hopefully I'll be there.
Okay. Okay, he's got that urethane ball right there. Now, I'm not sure what he did different from shadow balls. I wasn't watching as close, but both of those were right about 10, out to, say, 5 or so, and he started hooking, and then they stayed right in the pocket. So those were really two really good shots, and nice to see. That could put you feeling really comfortable and put pressure on the other guy, on Josh, that is. The other thing, make sure you keep doing that and don't just get comfortable thinking you can just throw the ball anywhere. So we'll see what happens here. Josh carrying that light hit for a strike. Two different styles of bowling here. Josh can throw the ball straight and hard, could use urethane. He can do that. He's choosing to not do that. And obviously he won his first match not doing that. Look how low he gets, how he crouches down, stays low with his legs. Comes through the ball strong and hard and get to that half pocket for that 10. A solid 10, but it was, half pocket as we would know as bowlers. A little light, a little high, a little lighter, a little higher would have carried.
If I come back in my next generation, I want to be a two-man. Hey, Don, what are you doing?
All right, I was just talking about how Ryan, I thought, was lost in practice. But
And he's got the front too.
Yeah, and I was just talking about how he took his time, got up there in the approach, and took a little bit extra, a couple deep breaths and whatever, and he threw right around 10, out to 5 or 6 or something like that, whatever. But a urethane ball just like hooked, and then it sat right there. So. A little harder speed than he probably did in practice, because he looks pretty locked in right now.
Yes.
And
that was a good shot. That was a really good shot.
All three have been just like that. And so I said he needs to do his first one. I was talking about how he needed to be sit up there, take his time, throw a good shot, get comfortable right away. Well, he looks comfortable right now.
Yeah.
But like Chad Nelson has told me before, all of a sudden you get, start out with strike and you get comfortable, and then you don't try as hard. You just kind of go through the motions. I would have just been more focused.
Yeah.
I don't think Ryan has a problem being focused.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. No, he's a lot younger than I am. I lose focus easily.
Fell out of that one a bit.
A little bit of
fortune. Good fortune.
Yeah, a little bit of emotion out there, and slapping him around, and hey. I said it last month too. All the young kids that were bowling, and how I bowled last month, so I crossed with a few of them. How their attitudes are really good, and I like that about it, because they're all going to college, and I think they learn good attitudes in college, because the college coaches aren't putting up with crap, are they?
Nope.
So And then, we talked about a little bit ago when people are coming by, thanking you, whatever, for running it. So I am impressed with that more than anything.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really do appreciate it, and it makes me feel good that
it makes you want to run the tournament.
Well, and like from another standpoint, I guess it makes me feel a little proud, I guess, of some of the community too. Those coaches that are instilling in the kids that this is important, go thank the tournament director, go be appreciative of the opportunity. That doesn't just happen on its own. It's their parents and it's their coaches.
Yep.
And for a lot of these guys and gals, it's their parents too that are higher caliber bowlers that are also letting them know this is what you do.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what you do. You go thank that person for giving you the opportunity, that kind of thing. But it does. It makes me feel really good that at least you feel like the majority of the next generation is kind of coming into it with, quite honestly, probably a better attitude than my generation did as well. Right?
Definitely more than mine.
Yeah.
Where the people were just like kicking the ball returns and doing stuff all the time, whatever. So,
exactly. Fortunate break there.
Fortunate break, and then he had left that 5-count bucket, and he threw straight at it. I was kind of watching. There's two ways of shooting a bucket.
For sure.
When they're tough like this, you kind of got to throw straight at it, because otherwise you're going to hook by, and he threw straight, and then of course he left a pin, but so he opened there. But that's what he had to do. I was going to say something about the attitudes of people the bad attitudes that I used to have to put up with in the CBA, because those guys kind of went by the wayside after better bowlers came around. Chad and Dan, specifically Chad Nelson, Dan Bach, who were good guys, and
good break.
Yeah, definitely good break.
Yep,
they
good
were
9.
Good guys, and didn't show any emotion.
Didn't act
good
like
bowlers,
that.
not just good guys, good bowlers.
Yeah.
Didn't show that, like they get mad all the time. So that helped a lot.
Yep.
I know a guy. You know him too. He's a pro shop owner in this area, been for a long time. And he had a son who was a pretty good bowler, and he had bowled junior leagues, and he had one of the youngest bowlers to shoot 300 in little league, in junior league.
Junior leagues, yeah.
And I guess a few 2, 3, 4 weeks later, whatever it was, he kicked the ball, returned it, did something. He went down and told him to go home, took his balls off the rack. You ain't bowling again with that attitude. Took him right out off the lanes in front of all of his peers.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's what hurts the worst.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Do it in
getting
front
called out in front of your friends.
And he was the best bowler in that league, and you don't do that. So that was good to hear him do that.
Yeah, and good for them.
Yeah.
For taking that stance.
You know who he is, too. Not the kid as much as the dad.
Sure.
Oh, he got that one. So those last 2 shots, now you're thinking it's going to hook earlier. So did he get them in, set them down short?
And we've talked about this before too. You can hit your target with your eyes.
Yeah.
But if the ball isn't going in the same trajectory, it's not the same shot. You didn't hit your target, in essence.
Correct.
You didn't project it to the right spot. Those last 2 have been short.
Short.
And I think they've gone very close to where his eyes are at the arrows, but they've never projected right on the lane.
Past that, if he's looking at spot down the lane further.
Yep.
And so, like I mentioned, now that was better.
It was.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that just being comfortable. Oh, I just got to let it go. No, you got to I don't want to say force it down there, but throw it down there with some conviction and get it down the lane.
Well, I think honestly, more often than not, what causes that is a little bit of it's the nerves.
Oh, I can agree with you.
And I mean, and it collapses the shoulder, the muscles kick in, you pull the ball down, and the shoulder comes in, and then the ball. You're good enough eye hand where the ball gets to your target, but it's not on the path it needs to be.
Right, I agree with you there.
Really good shot by Josh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not like any of us would be better at getting it on that path. We'd feel the same nerves too.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
But that is what it boils down to.
it's like the shadow ball tournament that Tom Havlis wins all the time. You
Yes.
lose, you throw the ball.
I struck every time in practice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's gone to Chicago for a shadow ball tournament 3 times. No. But so you're just loose, and your natural things of the other. You're not really, and then as the end of shadow balls, okay, I got to get lined up.
Yeah.
Because you can't obviously throw it 8 miles an hour and all the thing, whatever. And
Right.
Then whatever reason you tighten up. Okay, this one's got to be.
This one matters.
Yeah. Oh, Josh.
Another good break, yeah.
Josh is.
Although I think I'd rather be a little light and still having it dig right now,
yeah.
than the opposite. So I think he's playing them right, and he's getting some good fortune.
And the guys like him who hook the ball more than us can be lighter, obviously.
Yeah.
Because they're going to carry more. And if I'm light like that, I'm not carrying 7s and 10s.
I got a
gotta be
7
higher
and
flush.
guaranteed.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the home
Yeah.
7, as we call it.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. So then,
Unless I'm on string pins.
then you leave some with it, or it falls.
No, then it'd be the 10. But I mean,
yeah,
the 7
okay.
is gone for sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. One of the strings, the 7. Steven Nava is watching. Are you down at a back to the 50s cooking tacos, Steve?
Yeah, see, that was just another one set
was the
short.
end.
And that's what I'm seeing,
Yep.
too, especially on that one. I noticed it never got projected.
Okay.
Oh.
And that's like his shadow balls were.
Yeah, it was short and inside.
Yeah. I'd almost like to talk to him if I was a coach. If there was,
Oh, yeah.
if you go down, you would say something.
If you were the PBA and you were the ball rep and you could call him over,
Yeah,
you know,
right, yeah.
you'd
say you're doing
you'd
that,
bend his
yeah.
ear a little, yeah.
Yeah. He's got to pick it up to stay clean. That would have been, okay, well now, he's down to a 2-1 pace. And Josh is a 2-1 pace, so it's a closer game now. I mean, after 4 frames, who had to...
Looking at the easy math, I go 4 strikes, 2 spares, and an open, and I go 3 strikes with an extra strike in the middle, 2 spares and an open. I mean...
Well, look at the 4th frame. 4th frame, there was 50 pins.
Good bowling, well. Absolutely.
Will Matafee,
good tournament.
bowling again, and I'll say one more time, Will Matafee will be inducted into the CBA Hall of Fame.
Yes, congratulations.
In, October this year.
Very quickly earned.
Superior performance, even.
Yes, very quickly earned.
I'm not sure. He did the stats.
I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding.
Close. I think he's just a little bit quicker in tournaments.
Okay, we don't know for sure because it was Wayne Hathaway, John Cryer, Brady, and you who all made the CBA Hall of Fame in a short amount of time. We don't have any way of knowing how many tournaments each one of you bowled to make it that time.
I looked.
I'm going to say Wayne,
I'm going to say Wayne.
just because I know the other 3 and I didn't know Wayne. I don't want to have to choose.
Like 50 or 60, maybe even less than that, and I was around there too.
That's more trouble. Okay.
I don't know for sure. Yeah. So, and just also, back then we didn't have a doubles, and then also when we started the doubles, we didn't count doubles in yearly points.
Did you count the team event?
We didn't have a team event way back there, team challenge way back then either, for Wayne that is, or Cryer. And just now we're on that subject.
Yeah, it isn't.
No,
Yeah.
in 1985, 86, or 86, 87 season, I was second, runner-up to Bowler of the Year, okay? We had a doubles tournament, but we did not count points for doubles those few years. And if we would have counted points for doubles, I would have been Bowler of
Great
the Year
shot, Josh.
that year. I just had to bring that up now that we're discussing points, kind of.
Now we had to add it.
And there's
Yeah,
that.
whatever,
There's that
so.
4-bagger to tie in a row.
That's just another thing, I got to talk about myself once in a while.
Well, and I was really just going to say, in all fairness to Wayne, it was a generation where it was a little more difficult
Oh, absolutely.
to be able to pull off those points.
Every
if you
tournament-
only took 12 into
Yep.
the
In
match
2 days,
play,
you bowled 10 games, 12 games.
and you had 100 and some entries.
Yep, all the time. It was harder then.
It's a really hard comparison, but yeah, it's.
Sometimes you had
One or
2.
two balls.
Yeah, because you had the Don Johnson tote that
I just say it was.
exactly. Yeah.
Just say it was a little harder, probably for Wayne's journey.
Yes.
just based on overall numbers,
Oh, it was.
you know.
So,
But it's impressive no matter what, and congratulations, because that's very, very fast, and that's an impressive feat.
it'll be
no
talked
doubt.
about at the Hall of Fame banquet in
For sure.
October.
Yep.
We don't know where the doubles is yet, but I'll bring that up, and we don't know for sure. But when you're in one of the top four, when you're the 4 people talking about making the Hall of Fame in a short amount of time, that's pretty impressive. You know, there's only been 4. Although we don't know how many times it took Sam Lanto even to. He might have been one of those guys that was up there also. I'll have to check that out because I don't know. Don't know that for sure. Hard to figure out. All I know is Ryan Swiderski needs to have this strike right here to have any chance of winning this match.
That's, yeah. So that's another one, and that's
I talked to him earlier.
he's either having issues with his physical ability,
Is it sure it's not against the rules? It takes some.
or he's gotten super nervous. You know?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Just surface.
Oh yeah, you can do anything you want except you can't.
Because
touch
he had the
ball.
first, 3-4 frames he was projecting right.
I think his forearms.
But yeah, he's everything is definitely pulled in right now.
Well, either way, he wants to do all he can to get a double here. Because right now, Josh is only at a 220 pace, so.
44-35.
I want to see if he moved in at all here, whatever. So that was in about
That got
12
out.
that time. Oh yeah.
But then it's hard to gauge what's the lane doing when I haven't hit my shot for
Right.
3 different frames on it. But that one he projected out
He
better.
did.
That one dedefinitely came out going the right way a lot
And
better.
He could have dried out his own part of the lane.
For sure.
Yeah. That's funny how that. I've bowled a lot of CBAs in my career, and sometimes when I thought, okay, this is good, and then about the 6th frame, well, I was hooking earlier. Well, nobody's playing where I'm playing, so I'm the only one messing up my own shot. And I'm not smart enough to realize that I should, John East talks about it all the time. Anticipate those moves.
Right.
Don't miss them.
Well, and I mean the adage would be right. Like if you left a dead 10, you're already 3 frames behind it.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's before you actually started splitting or washing out or something from it. I mean, but it was literally the first dead 10 you left. You've already missed 2 moves of
3 frames
minor
or
ones.
whatever,
Of
yeah. That's why I'm back here talking instead of out there bowling, Jason.
Exactly.
All right.
Well,
15.
tough break for Ryan. Yeah, having some physical issues coming up. Still a really good game.
It's not over yet. He's got a mark.
Well, that
here.
is true. You're right.
He's got a mark.
Yeah.
And if he leaves another bucket or 6,
Yep.
10,
Yeah. Yep.
I don't want to be say anything bad, but I mean that could happen. He's got to throw the ball. And
No, and I was just looking at the 5-bagger and thinking he had kind of staged the comeback.
well, he's got to pick this up.
He does.
So he's a straight at the spare shooting guy, right? He's taking a spare ball out, or is he going to?
He grabbed something different.
Is he going to use the system?
I think
Or
he's.
is he going to throw it straight?
I don't know. I think that's urethane, and
Yeah,
I don't
think it is too. He's going to throw straight at it. Got to pick it up to win. Oh no, he's using the system. All right. We only do that system in league.
on the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Force them to fill the 10th, whatever it was.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Was
Well, yeah. What if he fouled?
it was an interesting little way of going about it.
Yeah.
Well, behind the line, fine. He's got pins, so we're good.
220.
All right.
That was a pretty good, entertaining match.
It really was.
Don't know how much Ryan's forearm hurt him as much as he dried out his own part of the length. He started out with a 4-bagger that was really, really good. And if it wasn't for Josh's 5-count open, it wouldn't have been Josh might not have been that tough for him. But either way, Josh moving on to bowl Lucas Hersrud on 31 and 32. I know Lucas has made a step ladder before, but has not won a title.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And we don't get to, being a collegiate bowler, we don't get to see him a ton.
Correct.
So it's, to be exact, I don't think he qualified for year end last year because I only think he got the 2 or 3 summer events in.
So this brings up there's only been a couple of father and son.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yep.
That would be Denny Schott
Yep.
and Eric Schott.
Denny and Eric.
And Todd Savoy.
Todd and Ryan
Savoy.
Yep.
And Ed Peterson and Lee Peterson, his dad.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, and it could be Travis and Lucas Hersrud.
and Lucas, yeah.
And I got to think if there's anybody else. But I was thinking about this the other day because Denny Savoy, who we just had a memorial service for Denny Savoy up in Superior 2-3 weeks ago. Gary Green and I drove up there, for Todd and whatever. And so there's only been 2 brother and nephew, or son and so it's been Denny
and Terry,
and Todd and Ryan.
Yeah,
the Savoys.
Oh yeah.
And then Denny and Terry and Eric Schott. As far as brothers and winning CBA titles. So because Carl Polar has not won a CBA title. Obviously Clark has won.
Oh, Cryers.
The Cryer father and son. That's
yeah,
one.
Cryers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rich Holmes never won one, even though he was in the ladder a few times way back.
Yeah.
And, my dad never really bowled him, so that couldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. Obviously, I don't have the history, but I do
I've
know
been,
a lot of the people and everything else. So that's probably about it.
Yeah, I have to start thinking more and more, looking more.
It'll be interesting to see. Fitex. Doesn't Brandon have one?
Not won a title.
Oh, I thought Brandon had one.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
He's one of those who should be bowling them.
Oh, he's
very good.
Yeah.
But
he should be bowling a lot of them for sure. Yeah. He's very talented.
And I always wonder why those guys don't bowl. I just don't. Some don't care. I understand that. It doesn't mean that much to them. It means more to the dads than the sons.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I still wonder why they don't. The fear of losing out, or just it doesn't mean that much.
You can't make somebody want anything.
No, you can't.
No. And that's kind of what I look at it as, I mean, like, I could want something so bad. That doesn't mean anybody else in the world even would want it.
Right, yeah.
And I think that's where it boils down to with a lot of them. It's a desire and a drive that they just don't have.
Right.
For whatever reason.
Any sport.
Whatever reason.
Any sport. Baseball. There's a lot of father and sons who have played baseball, but not as many as you think about the number of baseball players there have been.
Right.
And then there are fathers and uncles and sons or whatever, like grandfathers, like the Bell family, who I can't remember what the names are.
It came from that camera. That's why I had it laying there. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah. Thanks.
I can't remember. I think the last name was Bell. If I'm not mistaken, but there was a grandfather, a father, and a son. And then, change that. The Boone family.
Boone's, okay. Is that like Aaron Boone and
Aaron Boone and Brett Boone?
Yeah.
It might have been a dad and 2 sons. No, so that's not the one. There's a grandfather, a father, and a son who played. I'm gonna go back to my original thought of it as the Bell family.
So who gives the first chance at a 3rd generation CBA, do you think?
Well, let's think.
I mean, there's only a few that are
eligible. Exactly
possible.
Right. Yeah. So,
and honestly, really, I guess none of them are almost of age to have them. I mean, like Ryan's got a daughter and she bowls.
Right. It'd have to be a son,
but she's still
much.
young.
Yeah.
So I guess none of them are probably old enough because, like, Brandon's not. I mean, if he had a kid, it's going to be another 20 years before it would bowl. So. So it's. see that, but yeah. So I guess, I mean, it would have to probably be 10 plus years from now,
Is Eric Shaw
close
gonna
to
have
it.
any
Before,
kids?
yeah, right.
He's 40, right? No, he's
No, he's got to be. Is he? Can't be that close, is he?
I don't know.
I was going to say mid 30s, which still isn't far off from 40.
no,
So
right,
let's, yeah.
So let's get this
Yeah.
match here where Lucas made Josh start the match. He started with a strike, and then obviously Lucas got his first strike, so he wants to finish the match first. And okay, that one, it was out. I didn't watch the first couple shots that close in practice and this one, and so that one was out of way, but it looked like he hooked up early, so I don't know if he's playing or threw it slow. I'll have to pay more attention here.
Well, and we've gotten so caught up in the matches that we actually forgot about what we were going to look at during the matches, and that's the differences between the two.
It doesn't seem to be a difference.
It hasn't so
Maybe
far
it settled
shown it to
in.
be much,
Maybe
much
Andy
different.
spraying that oil all around. It moved it.
He pushed it all out and filled the gaps in.
I'm going to blame Andy Mills for ruining the intel that we had on this pair.
But it did definitely seem to tame down
Yeah,
the difference between the lanes
yeah, it did. Yeah,
on both pairs. Because
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
not seen that
No, I
major
know.
difference between the two.
it's
Yeah.
kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, we get caught up lots of times talking about all the stuff that comes up and forget that we were going to pay attention to how
Yeah,
those
that
lanes
we're-
are, but
We're supposed to be.
I've not seen a difference.
We're supposed to be giving intel to the people that are watching and listening to us, Jason.
Well, we did, and then we were liars.
Yeah, damn it.
We said, wait till the step ladder and watch these lanes and how different they're going to be, and then the guys shoot 240 on it, and they're the same.
Although, let's think about this. Okay, Lucas did go high in the left lane, hooked earlier. Now Josh just left a dead 10.
That is true.
Okay, so maybe it's not as drastic.
Settled in a little.
Maybe a little bit. but
Yeah.
Let's now we'll pay attention.
Now we'll start.
Oh yeah, somebody's got to start sometime. All right, we got all even after two. Both spares in the second frame. I guess it doesn't matter. When you're on a strike, you leave three or you leave one, pick up the spare. Josh has, I believe, more experience in the stepladder finals than Lucas. Talent-wise, they look very, very similar. You know, one-handed and two-handed, so they're different that way. But just as far as talent, they're both very talented. All right, that's another 3-6-10 in the left lane that Lucas left that also. So maybe we're right. We just haven't. Now that we talk about it, maybe it's going to happen.
We willed it into
We did.
existence.
We did, exactly.
Three of them. Ooh. And look, not like that's an easy spare. One of the most choppable spares for a right-hander there is. Add the 9-pin, and it's probably the scariest right-handed spare, especially on tough patterns. So, but good conversion by Josh. Really good shot. Kind of a little half 10, but enough to snap it out with that urethane. That unfair, no thumb, two-handed power. All right, let's see if it's the lane and Lucas can make an adjustment here. Or if it was him, if he can make an adjustment, whichever. But Yeah, initial thought was that we had seen some difference between both of these pairs, or lanes on the pairs, towards the end, like position round and the end of match play.
So you kind of
Whichever it was, I mean, he made a good adjustment to it. Really quality
forced
shot.
it down the lane more,
Yeah.
and it came in half pocket for a
Yep.
10.
Yep.
So that lane's going to be the tougher lane. Or it's a tricky pair, Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He should pick this up, even though I've seen him miss a couple of 10 pins earlier, but should be more focused and, when he's all over it, of course.
Yeah,
But when you
real
really
good.
think about it, these guys are all good enough. Should never miss one if you're focused on a 10 pin.
Yep.
Any single pin, really.
There's a guy I bowled with 25 years ago in Scratch League out at Eden Prairie, and he was just adamant a scratch bowler should never miss a single pin. And it's not like he's overly wrong.
But it happens, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the word ever is strong, I guess,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
circumstances happen. But again, like we talk about CBA rules, the intention behind the statement,
Yeah.
right? The intent
Yeah.
is correct. We're good enough that those should be very, very simple, straightforward things, and we shouldn't miss them.
No, especially in a match like this, because you should be more focused.
Correct.
When you're bowling in a league,
Oh, yeah.
you lose focus, and that's why you miss them.
Yeah.
Really, it's just focus. At our caliber, it's focus, because
Yeah.
you're repeating that same. You walk up there 4 or 5 steps, whatever it is, and you stand here and you throw it there. You shouldn't miss it.
Yep.
Maybe the first one, if you never practice one, and all of a sudden you have a place where there's a lot more oil in the middle, and your spare ball scoots in the gutter.
Right.
Okay, well, if you didn't practice one, you wouldn't know that. So that can happen. I got a question for you. I saw on Facebook, speaking of social media, what are your 2 biggest pet peeves in bowling?
Oh, boy.
And I really don't need you to answer that right now.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Say all the people who answered. 2 of them were slow bowling
Okay.
and 2-lane courtesy in league. That was the
Okay.
biggest pet peeves of most people that I was reading down there. Mine is not so much a 2-lane courtesy because I don't allow it. I mean, I just take the one.
Correct.
But slow
Yeah,
bowling
me too.
drives me crazy.
Sure.
Just get up there and bowl and get them. Henry Trutwin says, I'll miss them. Talking to 10 pins, Henry. Come on, no, you won't. Not when you focus.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There really isn't a reason to be slow.
No.
You can be deliberate and things like that. And I mean, we like to pick on Chad for being particular and deliberate
Yeah.
too. And is he slower than most? Sure.
That's a different slow.
But is he slow?
No.
No. What bothers me, I guess, would be on the slow bowling topic is if it's slow because you're just totally inattentive to what's around you. Like if you're just not present, air quotes, if you're not present that afternoon, that morning on that
Yeah.
squad, like
Yeah.
you're down talking to somebody
that's
4
what slow
lanes
bowling bothers
away.
me,
Yeah.
If you follow the guy off the approach, you take some time on the approach. That's
Yeah.
a little bit different. But if you're
Yeah.
not ready to,
Oh,
Lucas caving in a bunch
wow,
of things.
good
Sloppy
carry.
strike, but it's a strike. But if you're just like boasting, not following the guy, and we all got to wait for you, or you go out to have a cigarette, or you do whatever.
Yeah.
You're wasting my time.
Yeah.
And I've talked about this before. We can only go as fast as the
slowest
bowler in
bowler.
the house or in
Yep.
the tournament. So one person can determine the pace of everything. And that's
Yep.
what drives me crazy. Like your time, my time is not worth anything to you, so I have to wait for you to be done before I can leave to go home.
Yeah.
In a league. I'm
Yes.
talking league now.
Yes.
The pair you're on and stuff like that. Like we
Well-
bowl fast.
tournaments, you got tougher patterns
Yes,
that are
that's
out. You're
different.
going to throw two
These
shots, a
guys are
lot
talking
more
league.
time. Yeah,
It was
of
all
course.
about league.
Of course, yeah. Oh, man.
See, that lane hooks that much more. So he's a light hit on the right lane, carries it, and that was really high flush, too high flush. So
Well,
is that 4 or 5 boards difference at the pocket?
What's that?
With those two balls, the right lane to the left lane, 3, 4, 5 boards difference at the head pin?
Yeah, 2, 3
probably?
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you got to make that little bit of adjustment to.
Well, and to be honest, I think Lucas has really navigated the left lane extremely well since the second frame, which would have been outside of
Yeah.
just 2 shots
Right, yeah.
on it to get a read. But, I mean, he looked at his first frame and said, okay, I make a move. Well, then he just tens.
Yeah.
And was that 8 or 9? I didn't look close
9.
enough. 9 pin,
Yeah.
yeah. So then he another back row
Yeah, right.
pin. I mean, he's at least making some really quality,
He is.
what looks to be calculated adjustments and moves to it. So
he'll have 200
and executing
He'll
is how it
200
looks.
with the Dutch 200.
Yeah.
And by the way, Dave Ullman said Chad is slow. You're right, Davey. We were trying to say he's slow without saying he's slow. We don't care.
I don't want to call a teammate out, so I just was trying to be polite.
Well, I know one guy who's not slow. John East.
John East.
Todd Savoy.
Yep.
Todd starts in
Todd's,
the approach.
Yep. Todd's quick
And he'll
too.
talk to you while you're on the approach. And
Right.
rolling.
So there's another one from Josh here that doesn't quite get there on the right lane.
Right.
And you just wonder, is he... I feel like Lucas saw the left lane pretty quick. Is Josh not seeing the right lane? And the fact that... And
Yeah.
look, it's hard for us sitting back here to see what adjustments he might be making, and we're not talking to him, so we
Correct.
don't know what he's thinking.
Now, if you
But
were his
I
ball
just-
rep, you would know.
Right.
You'd walk down and say, what's going on?
What are you thinking?
Okay, so he's got to talk to himself, which he does really well.
A lot. Yeah.
He does.
We all do.
Yeah, well, exactly. But he's more outspoken, talking to himself.
He's out loud.
That's what I meant.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's out loud.
He's out loud, yeah. Could he be guarding against going high on the right lane, too? You know, like, so hope I carry the light one. But this one's going to hook more. Now, I don't know if he's in any deeper. I haven't been paying attention where he's standing, where he's throwing. But
Well, he hasn't.
so that would look pretty good off his hand. Okay, then he carries that, doesn't carry that 10 pin. But that one looked really good. But he's still in the match, though.
Well, and as much as we have talked about Josh's spare shooting in the past, what's kept him as in the match is, I mean,
His
he's
spare
clean.
shooting.
Yeah. He has picked them all up so far and just stayed clean, and that's what it's taken.
This is a funny way, funny you say that because the bowling scoring is weird to some people.
For sure.
So they're both clean through 6 frames. He picked this up. He's down by 7 pins.
Yeah.
He hasn't opened.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
it's
And I think what
Because
really
he's
would
stuck at the
confuse
right time.
people too is like nobody's got a double in the match, so it is just easy, just strike, spare, and then spare.
yeah.
But yeah, it adds up because of the consistent 9 counts and not mixing a strike in. Yeah, he's down 7. But in reality,
One frame.
it's a pretty even match,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, it's just that
Yeah.
pin count. 4 9 counts in a row.
Although my personal opinion would be I've watched Lucas, I think, execute better this game.
So he's carrying those light ones on
Yep.
that right lane. It's finishing just enough to carry those. So
Yep.
he's left a 3, 6, 10, a 10 pin, and a 9 pin on.
Hasn't missed on the right lane,
No,
and he
they're
made
all
some
light.
really good adjustments after the first miss on the left lane, but still can't get it to go through the pins the right way.
But so if you leave a 9 pin, do you make any adjustments when they're tough like this? You really can't.
Maybe a little more firm if you have that much
Yeah.
speed control,
You know,
right?
yeah,
But
I
I
don't
mean, that's
It's
yeah.
hard too because the ball could just deflect a little more.
Well, in our eyes, I mean, the 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch at
Yeah.
target looks identical, and yet it's not when it gets there.
it's-
Yeah. I just think he's made some really
Just
quality shots.
Just throw it well.
Yeah,
Just
that's
throw
it. That
Get
looked
that
out.
further. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. We saw that.
And then
both at
there's the
same
other
time.
thought for
Yeah.
him too.
Okay.
Maybe the lane is more open, so then give it more room and not try and play it tight.
Maybe
but
that.
give it the room then.
I'd like to go back and watch the second, third, fourth frame and see where he hit at the arrows.
Yeah.
So Josh is changing bowling balls right now, by the way.
Oh, I didn't
I
notice.
just saw him go get it. I don't know what it is, but he went down and got a different bowling ball.
Good eyes.
And so he's, not striking, so he's got to do something to strike.
Yep. And you just hope it doesn't create, chaos.
Yeah. Oh, that was chaotic. Oh, that was
yeah.
even worse.
Yeah, and that's
That one,
the fear of being in frame 8, 9, 10 or something and saying I've got to do something to
Guy-
change this.
especially after the guy doubled on you.
Yep.
And extended the lead, and he hadn't been striking. Yeah. That's what happened to me on Thursday. Not the same thing, but I'm not carrying the 10-pin, on the right lane.
Yep.
And I want to try and do something. Then all of a sudden I have, 2, 4, 6 splits back to back on that lane. It's like, if you carry those, you don't try anything different. Or at least not that drastic. That
Josh.
was he did the right thing by changing bowling balls. It didn't turn out, and he had an open, but you can still get the 200.
Well, and in this sport, we kind of talked about it a second ago with Lucas, but then, okay, so what adjustments are you going to make? Am I going to stick with the same ball? Am I going to try and change the release? Am I going to try and change speed? Do I change my target? Or do I grab another ball? There are so many adjustments we can do in this sport that obviously they're big decisions, and he felt he had to do something big.
Well, I think he had to. He wasn't going to win the match with the spares.
Right.
Like I said, especially after Lucas doubled and he had to get 10
That's
more
it.
or something.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much over now because you can only have 190. I guess I'm assuming Lucas is not going to go open.
Right.
This is where you throw your best.
Yeah,
shot,
hey,
that 10 and pick them up.
Josh needed to make that ball change and then at a bare minimum leave something convertible and give him a look and then hope for some
Is that
help.
the word? Convertible?
Yeah, you drive them.
You drive a convertible.
Well, if you can convert a spare,
I
is
guess
it?
a convertible too.
It's a convertible
Just
spare?
sounded funny to me. Yeah. Pick-up-able is the better word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I drove my convertible to get my ball.
Exactly. Speaking of convertibles, there's a back to the 50s at the State Fairgrounds this weekend. I was going to go, but I didn't.
Real quick, I played golf down here in the cities yesterday with some friends. Well, I said that, the Holmes brothers.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And I was going to stay. And originally I was like, well, I'll just get a room. And I started searching rooms.
Oh, they were because of the back to the 50s.
I'm not. Oh, good shot. I'm not going to diss any hotels, but there are some lower chains that are normally very cheap and maybe aren't the nicest places. And I noticed one of those in Roseville that would normally be about like $65 a night to $70 a night, a real inexpensive chain, was at $165 a night. And everything up in this area around the nicer Arden Hills bit was about $275 a night.
Back to the 50s.
Back to the 50s. I was like, what is going on? Yeah. That's it.
I was going to go to there yesterday. I was coming back from, you got to pick this up. All right, yeah.
Yep, good spare.
I was, had a couple of projects I had to look at. I'm still working. Even though I'm retiring, I'm still doing some stuff, whatever. And we're doing a couple of police departments and a National Guard, Apple Valley, Rosemount area. So anyways, I was down there yesterday in the morning checking out a couple of projects. And then I was going to go to the back to the 50s about 10:30ish. I was driving back, and the traffic was so backed up, whatever.
Yeah.
I decided not to go. And I like going there. And the back to the 50s, they take any car from 64 and older to back to the 50s. And there's a reason for that. They don't want Mustangs in there because the first Mustang was a 64 and a half.
Really?
Yeah. So they don't take those. As we watched Lucas Hersrud throw a solid strike and win this match.
Yeah, shut it out. Yep.
Yeah, so they don't take Mustangs, and that's why they do back to the 50s at 64 and older.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. But, So Lucas Hersrud will be going, I believe, for a chance for his first title. I don't believe he's ever been in a title match before.
I don't think so either. No.
So and Williams won 2 of them.
I honestly think one of his deepest runs was a Masters too.
Oh, that very very well could have been.
Yeah, and so I think in a regular CBA, I believe this definitely is his first chance at a title, Masters or CBA. But I think he might have been like a consolation or close to that in a Masters once. Yeah.
Yeah, I get mixed up on those two because
You bet.
You run both of them, and we're here for the Minnesota Masters and obviously all CBAs. So and CBA Masters too. We get those mixed up with the
Correct.
Oh, you might have to have a clean game.
Why not?
209. Moving on to bowl William Jones for the CBA title on lanes 29 and 30. We have all of the intel about how 30 doesn't carry a 10-pin. So we're going to see who
navigates that.
Exactly, yeah. So Josh is going to strike there just because it doesn't matter now. He's going to go wide, and they do that last time. Yeah, he's disappointed in himself. I can just see that because change ball, I'm not sure if that's the same ball. No, it's not the same ball that he threw in the 8th frame. But he did something different, trying to strike, needed to strike in that 8th frame, didn't do it. But Lucas bowled such a good game that forced him to try to do something to strike. Josh is still talking to himself down there. You know that, don't you?
What?
Josh is still talking to himself. Another good tournament. All right, we'll be moving over to 29 and 30. Bowlers get 2 practice shots on each lane. And William Jones will have the choice of if he wants to start or finish the match first. So I'm going to change the camera over. Two on each for both of you. Yes, I am. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking these 2 bowlers, one's a Yankee fan and one's not. So I'm not sure if I have to cheer for the Twins fan or cheer for the Yankees fan on this one. Well, I'm not cheering for the Yankees guys at all. What's that?
They are a pair of Ambrose bowlers.
Oh. What ball is William using right now?
Attention star.
Okay, I was kind of wondering because same part of the lane as he played all day.
Yeah, he's been out of here then. It's game 2 of Matchplay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can only use urethane. So I mean, this is long. This is 14 games of bowling, 8 qualifying, 6 in the match play, and now you get into step ladder, of course. But that's a lot of bowling to stay with the same ball. Whether you're using urethane or whatever, it's hard to use the same ball 14 games. It just doesn't work that way. So William has a choice of what lane he wants to start or finish on. And Jason and I have always talked about this, where a lot of times people just want to finish first and put the pressure on the other guy. But I don't know if he likes one lane better than the other one or not yet. So we'll find out. Who's cheering back there for somebody who just got an 8 count, but it didn't matter much, whatever. I heard somebody walk by and yell, hey.
Yeah, then she ran in the bathroom.
Yeah, okay.
When hit.
Yeah. It looks like Dave Jones is watching on his phone, and he's standing right next to me watching, so that's really kind of weird.
I thought I shut it down.
I always think it's funny when somebody's watching, yet they're bowling. Are you watching yourself bowl? Is that how that works? So as far as this pattern, which was a Dale Ballard pattern, I think it held up pretty well. They got tough, obviously, but nobody's lofting the gutter and playing fifth arrow, so it did keep people out and, finding the right bowling ball, the right release or whatever to get the ball down the lane and still finish. So what's your guess, Davey, as far as what Williams going to do? You said
He'll start first.
he wants to start first. Because you think he...
Normally will do. He likes starting first. William, you start first? No. Sure. The one time I think
See,
he's
so
gonna do
the dad doesn't have any idea what his son's doing.
Other than the fact, I think the left lane took him more.
Yes. Okay, we've been watching this for the last 2-3 games in match play and then on the step ladder. The right lane here, they left a lot of 10 pins. So it's definitely tighter, but it also was leaving a lot of corner pins, whatever. So, and I was just talking earlier that I bowled on this pair on Thursday in league, and I left 15 10 pins on this pair the first set, and most of them were on lane 30. So I don't know if it's something. Yeah, something that now that it wasn't just me, because Lumpy left a lot of 10 pins too, so we weren't sure what was going on. But that was their house shot, and I don't worry too much about the house shots because they're just house shots, and the ball doesn't finish strong enough for me, or it finishes too strong. Anyway, so that was a good strike by Lucas to start the match. You always want to try to put pressure on your opponent, and I don't know. William was like, it looked like he made a ball change, and he wasn't lined up in practice. So we'll see. He'll throw it well, and then he'll read it, obviously, after that. Do it hard. I can see that. And there's a 10 pin I just talked about on the right lane. So he could have a Dutch 200. Yeah, Gene, why would you know at all what your husband or son do? So they got new pins on Thursday? Is that why I left all those 10 pins? Both these guys are good spare shooters. This could be a really tight match. If somebody happens to get like a 3 or 4 bagger in there, they could be the one that would push them ahead. But other than that, I think they're going to keep the ball in play and pick up serves all along the way. I mentioned William Jones has 2 CBA titles. He won last month trying to win back-to-back, and Lucas Hersrud is trying to win his first CBA title. I didn't know that. That's the more hook and lane, too, so he might have known that and just threw it too hard just to get it down there. But I think I saw somebody pick this up earlier. 2-4-10. Not too easy to spare. Early in the match, I would say go for it, obviously. You don't need to get to 2 pins. You want to try to get all of them. If you're on a strike, maybe you want to get the 2 pins. Yeah. Oh, no. No, let's see what Lucas does here. Sometime when your opponent opens early in the match, sometime you get a little too comfortable. And I mean too comfortable. I mean you don't focus and try as hard. I would bet. I'm not really bet, but I'm gonna guess he's gonna leave a 10 pin on this lane. Wow, he did.
Yeah, it's in there.
It's in there. I was just talking about how this pair on Thursday night, and William goes up there and throws a good shot, leaves a 10 pin on the right lane. And then the left lane, as we talked about, that was hooking more. He looked at 2-4-10. So I don't know if he knew that and tried to throw it harder because
right.
it was hooking more,
or played it. Yeah, just played it different. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
So. Wonder how many MJBT titles these guys have. You know. I'm assuming Lucas has a couple. Maybe Darren Hansen would know how many CBA or MJBT titles these guys have.
He would know for sure.
Yeah. Getting back to that, we talked about the patterns and the challenge patterns and the stuff. What pattern we're using for this and that. Well, a lot of that comes through the MJBT because those guys are used to bowling on something.
Yeah, I honestly didn't give Darren the credit he deserves.
Yep. Always.
Oh, Lucas. We did talk about the college coaches.
Yeah,
and,
right, yep.
And some of that is the politeness that we talked about, them coming and thanking the tournament directors, running the events, giving them something to bowl. And we talked about the parents, and a lot of them are, children of parents that
of bowlers
also teach them that. But Darren does a phenomenal job, of making them bowl.
Oh, we almost had that.
On these patterns that are harder to prep them for, whether it's CBA, whether it's nationals, whether it's collegiate,
Junior
whatever it
gold
is,
or whatever that
whatever it is, you bet they get prepped better than they used to.
Yep.
And he does a really good job on their behavior.
Oh, I can believe that.
Yes, he does a really good job on policing.
Well,
what goes on there, and that changes a lot too.
He might have looked in a couple mirrors.
Well,
just kind of kidding, but
no, you definitely touched on something, and I think if there is somebody that is going to have some insight too, though, it would be somebody like that. Darren, he had some times where the temper would get away, and he got fined and other things too, and whatnot. But he grew up as well and matured, and he's become a mentor, and he's a very good one to them.
I think he is too. Exactly. Yeah. He and just the fact that he's given back to the game of bowling.
Yeah,
I like that because obviously we need people to do that. You do it well. Jason or Darren does it well. I've done it for years. Light rip fork, and after throwing a really good shot in the right lane for a strike. So we kind of got a tie match, a 1-pin match here in the third frame of the championship match here. And
in this match, the pair looks a little more like we thought we might see.
That we knew is obviously showing up here.
Yeah.
And Lucas left that 3-6-7-10 and almost picked it up, but at least he got 2 pins out of it. But
well, if you remember at the end, he picked up the 3-4-6-7-10. Yeah. But so obviously he kind of knew where to throw at it,
Yeah. But if he just gets the 3, then we got an absolute tie match.
Yeah.
But he did what he had to do. He had to go for it. He wasn't just going for the 3 pins.
Yeah.
So last time in this lane, he left that 3-6-10. Wow, I wonder what teammate would have told him that it was not important to bowl on a sports shot. I think it's very important to bowl on both. Okay, you have to bowl on tough shots because you have to know how to be a little bit more pinpoint accuracy, but you also have to bowl on easy patterns where you get 5, 6, 7 in a row. You're not nervous. You got
to bowl on all of them.
You got to bowl in all of them, exactly, whatever.
Yeah,
So,
you bet. Experience on anything is experience. It's something to tap into later.
Exactly, yeah.
Good spare.
Bowling, yeah, definitely.
Good spare. That's
that would have been
yep.
behind early if he opens that one there, but behind by well.
And it's a
10, but,
baby split. It's still a split. That's still a good spare.
Yes. I don't know who would say that it's not important to bowl on tough shots just because you get into a tournament, they're not all easy. Are there any that are easy?
Well, so if it's a collegiate teammate, a high school teammate is a little different, I guess.
She said it was St. Ambrose team.
Correct. Oh. Wow.
So
now that's a good break.
That's a very good break.
So when I look at the high school program in Minnesota, at least, I do know that when we have events there, we are told, put out your house pattern.
Oh, okay.
When the high school comes to bowl, it's on house.
The high school tournament or their
yep.
whatever. They get 8 teams coming bowl or whatever.
Yeah. However many show up, whatever.
Pattern.
Yep. It's they bowl 2 teams each time they show at your center and they move and
okay.
Best of 5 or something, I believe it is.
Maybe that's okay.
So it's all on house. And you know what? I do agree because there's a big chunk of them that are never going to bowl college. They're just bowling high school. It's the high school sport. And okay, I'm cool with all that. It's a little different, though, if it is somebody that is obviously bowling to prep for collegiate bowling, too, and part of your journey is going to be junior gold. We're going to bowl on 5 sport patterns of differing lengths over 5 days.
And you've never done that.
And then you're going to say that's not an important skill to learn or pattern or environment to bowl on? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, he circled that one a lot. Yep.
He threw a really good shot on the right lane.
Yeah, you could see he got a little out of time coming to the line on that one, and his hand got way around it, and that's what gives you that extra length.
Is that where the elbow gets outside the body kind of thing that they talk about? And then you have nothing on it.
Yeah.
And so, did he hit his target and all that? Maybe. But it wasn't going to do anything because, well, see if he picks it up this time.
Nope. Oh, almost bounced out.
Okay, that could be one of those where I need to get one of them. Don't want to give away 2 pins right now. So. All right, so we got 93 in the 6. And you could have 100. It could be a 10-min match or it could be an even match. If
I mean, if Lucas wants to keep it tight here, he needs a strike.
He strikes here, it's going to be a bigger lead.
Well, I was going to say, if he strikes here and then like 9 counts, we got pretty much a tie match.
How nice was that?
It was really good.
Once again, I'm trying to look at the lane, Jason. We got a monitor right in front of us. Wow. And I'm going, where did he hit?
Well, in my defense, I can't see the lanes.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I have is the monitor right in front of me because it's blocking.
I can see the lanes.
Everything,
but it's 40 feet from where I'm sitting. I could look here. It is 4 feet, 3.5, whatever away. Depends on if I, roll my chair forward or backward. Okay, so this is you threw in really good last time. That was like here again.
Oh, another one that's 2 Brooklyns in a row over there.
Good last time on that lane?
No, that's 2 Brooklyns in a row on that left lane.
As soon as I said that, I knew that I had messed up. So, in between those 2 Brooklyns, threw a really good shot, and he's got the lead, big time lead.
Yeah.
30-pin lead in the 6th frame of a match that is not high scoring, is not insurmountable, but up there.
You're using that PBA scoring system.
In my head.
Yep. I'm looking at that William doubles here, it's a 1-pin lead. Oh, I got the wrong frame.
Yeah.
11.
Yeah. See, that's my Northeast Minneapolis. That isn't high
That's the
school,
problem of looking at a monitor. That's a little blurry because it's
man. Too far away.
it's yep. And up there, it's far enough away where I can
Well, it's
see.
not. Okay. I would tell William that if he's going to have a chance, he needs a strike right here.
Yes.
Oh,
Good break. Good break. I mean, it was a really good shot.
Good shot, but it could have left it.
Yeah, it could have been a 9.
So, Brian, I like your comment there
Yep.
that
Yeah.
college coaches recruit Minnesota bowlers because they're school. We talked about that earlier, but all the bowling that can be done around here and how you learn as a young age. And there are so many good Minnesota bowlers.
Yeah.
It's proven all around.
big
Whatever
time.
they do, all over the place.
We have one of the best collegiate bowlers right now in Zach,
Oh,
right, from
they all have
our
to go
from
to
our
Iowa to bowl
state.
collegiate, though.
You know,
They all have to go to Iowa to
if
bowl
they want it paid for, and I don't blame them for that.
No. All right, Lucas, if you were to strike,
Oh, he has kind of lost both lanes.
well, he struck really solid on the last time on that lane, so I'm not sure if he...
Maybe he's kind of lost.
He could be. Well, he's going to 143 and a 7. So it's a 20-pin game. We'll see what Lucas does on the left lane after 2 crossover strikes. He's got to pick this up, which is, I don't want to say it's a given. It should be a given. If you stand there and focus and say you look at 4th arrow, whatever you do.
Yep. Take
just,
your time.
Yep. Yeah, no reason to rush it. Talk about slow bowling. We don't care. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Quality shot.
I'm trying to figure out what time I need to
let Verna
turn
know.
the
Yeah.
oven on, and I might tell her right
Get
now.
those meatballs going.
Meatloaf.
Or
Italian
meatloaf. Yeah, meatloaf
Oh,
going.
it's good, man. It's really good. I might have to look at the time right now. It is 6:03. Takes, 10 minutes to preheat the oven up to 400 degrees. That's an hour. Yeah, I might
1
have
hour to
tell
get
her
done. Yeah.
50 minutes, and then you take it out and you put some Parmesan cheese on top.
Ooh,
and not
yeah.
Parmesan, mozzarella. Oh, look at that. You got that one out to the right. He didn't
Oh,
cross over on it.
yeah,
He carries
yeah.
that light
Yeah.
off the wall. So that was key. It cannot be shut out.
Yeah. Quality shot coming down the stretch for sure there.
So William absolutely has to strike here to put any pressure back on, because the worst Lucas is going to have is, say, 191-ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely has to strike here. Right up, almost right up 10.
That hooked
It
early.
really,
Yep.
I tried to look at a monitor that time, and he was in my way. Well, he can still get to 190. And that would put pressure on
Well-
Lucas to get 9 miss would be good. But what if he gets 6? Ain't over
No.
mathematically.
No.
Got to pick it up, too.
Get there. All right.
He would have got to 7 with it.
Yep. So right on 190 max. Lucas has still got 223 for a max on the board.
Correct.
Oh, good shot.
I would say get another one. Obviously, he knows that.
Yep.
If he doesn't get this one, it's over.
Yes.
Is Lucas down there texting somebody? collecting his thoughts. I always kind of wonder what goes through the people's minds.
Especially the young ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Phone was down there. Did his mom telling him or dad telling him to do this? Or I don't know. Must have to force some.
Yeah, that was insane. Oh,
you never
good
know.
break.
That could be a winner if
Yeah,
Lucas goes through the nose or something and he's not lined up. Totally
Absolutely.
On the right lane.
no, we've watched him throw 3
had
in
a
a row,
seven
basically,
count.
that have gone to the left side
Exactly.
before that strike in the 9th.
Well, just looking on the right lane only, he left a 10 pin and picked it up. He had a strike before that. He had a baby split and he had a 3-6-10.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, 189. That does afford him to get 8 instead of 7. But a 8 count is a tie. 8 count miss is a tie. 9 is a win. Anything other than 9 has to be a spare. Didn't take a lot of time. How about a strike?
Projected further right.
The best spare in the world is a strike.
Yep.
Lucas Hersrud
There it is.
winning his first ever CBA title.
Becoming probably what we believe to be then the fifth father-son combo to win CBA titles.
I'm going to
Yeah.
have to know
Very
more
cool.
about that.
Congratulations,
I'm pretty
Nikki and Travis at home watching. You got to be proud.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure they're watching because I haven't seen Nikki say anything on here a while. She's probably watching a Yankee game somewhere. $211. I'm assuming he can pick this up. I'm going to write it down. All right, 211, 189.
There it is.
First CBA title, Lucas Hersrud. Jason, another well-run tournament. There would seem to be no issues, no complaining, none of that stuff, whatever. And Steve Bowen helped you today. That was nice of him doing that.
Yeah, I needed Steve. Thanks a bunch, Steve. I appreciate. I called him and said I was short-staffed for sure and could use some help, and he said he wasn't going to bowl today because he was bowling tomorrow. So,
yeah, we have the MSC tomorrow right here at Flaherty. It's the year-end MSC also.
Yep, big one.
So, yeah. When's our next one?
July 19th, Cedarville, and then August 10th at Sunray after that. So
August 10th. I'm not sure I can make that one.
I am coming all the way back from Chicago on the 9th to make sure I'm there on the 10th.
Well,
so
it's my youngest sister's birthday.
Oh.
Plan on going to a Twins game that I've had tickets since March. So I'm probably going to be at the Twins game that day.
Yeah.
July 19th, though. That's
Cedarville right before they close and put in the new
Is that
lanes.
a Saturday?
Or the new machines.
That's a Saturday.
That is a Saturday, yep. 2 Saturdays in a row.
A friend of mine, it's her 50th birthday party that day.
Oh.
But that's not until that night. So.
Then.
I'll be at Cedarville. I'm
Nice.
probably going to bowl, too, whatever.
Good.
So, all right, well, another good tournament.
Thanks, Tom.
This is really good. We got all these cameras set up here. We do this live stream stuff, and I know people have been watching. They like it. We missed our El Presidente, Matt Payne.
Yeah, hopefully Matt's back next month. And hopefully the rest of you are too. The Bet You Win did go out, so those of you watching at home, they split it.
Okay.
And so the Bet You Win did go out, so it won't be quite as high going into next month, but it's still
still there.
600 and some will be going in.
Nothing
So
to
it's
sneeze at.
no, not when the rest gets added for the entries next month.
Exactly, so
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Tom.
See ya.
We'll see everybody next month.